Join us later today. Nana Ajiman Prempe, CEO of Grow For Me, will also be here today. And Atu Kwamena Mensah, CEO of LBH, will also be here. We have presentations from Blue Skies. The Public Affairs Manager, Blue Skies, Alistair Jimate, will be here as well. The CEO of Eden Tree, Madam Catherine Kroboy-Duse, will be here. We have the Director at the CSIR Food Research Institute, Charles Toto. He'll also be here. We have Parkwesi Forsin, the Corporate and Comms lead at Promasidor. He'll also be here. And we'll have remarks by Kosmos Energy, Accra, New Age, and Complete Farmer. So today is a very packed day. Now we have a special masterclass as well on food preservation and storage techniques. That will be delivered by Dr. Evelyn AIA of the CSIR Food Research Institute. So if you want to be within the food systems, we've brought all the people who matter today, and you want to take some phone numbers or emails and network with them and build on those relationships to be the next food star in Africa, powered by Kosmos Innovation Center. And I want you to give yourselves a round of applause for being here this morning. Special thanks to our sponsors, Kosmos Energy, New Age, Agric Solutions, FVV Foods, Agra, Complete Farmer, Qualiplus Limited, and Promasidor, and also our partners, CSIR, Africa Skills Hub, Ghana Standards Authority, and the FDA. Now, are you ready to start off today? I'm not feeling the energy. Are you ready for the kickoff today? I'm not feeling it. Are you ready? Are you ready? Aho! Aho! No, I'm not feeling the energy. Yesterday we were here when Dr. Tokuno said that next year's budget, the 200 million for sanitary parts, Kodu Technology will get some. If you are here and your business is looking for the breakthrough, I have to see the energy. Aho! Aha! The Piggy guy wants to be the next big thing in food services. He said the biggest ahoya. Today I'll give you 30 seconds to tell us about your business, okay? For saying a loud ahoya, okay? Now, we are going to have our first presentation. And this man, whenever he speaks, I take notes, okay? So I want you to get your notepads and take notes. You can even record the speech. We are streaming it so you can watch it later, but record it because there are some things you get from his speeches that will inspire you to do great things. And he's going to speak on the meeting point, investors and entrepreneurs, and he's going to give us his perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's invite the chairman, Golden Palm Investments, Dr. Sangu Dele, to come and kick off today for us.
Good morning. Like people didn't have their coffee this morning. Good morning. Uh-huh. It's great to be here. I'm actually on my way to a funeral. That's why I'm in all black. But when Ato calls you, you have no choice but to answer. You know, Ato and I go back a very, very long time, several decades. And the reason why I have no choice but to pick up his calls is because when I moved to San Francisco some decades ago, Ato's house was the only place I would get jollof. So let me start with a confession. I once fell in love so hard, I thought I had found the one. Within 2 months, I was ready to marry. I was convinced there was destiny. The stars had aligned. The angels were singing. And even my WhatsApp status said, "Found my forever." But then my mother God bless her, called a family meeting. And you know when African mothers call a family meeting, your love story is about to meet due diligence. So the family did some background checks, and let's just say by the time they were done, I was cured. They say love is blind, but your advisors don't have cataracts. And that experience taught me something that equally applies in venture capital. Don't skip due diligence because of excitement. Just because a pitch deck looks good doesn't mean the marriage will work, and just because the investor is from New York doesn't mean all their promises are going to come true. Why am I talking about marriage? Because when we talk about the meeting point between investors and entrepreneurs, we're not just talking about money and ideas, we're talking about relationships. And the best way I can describe that relationship, after close to 20 years of being both an investor and an entrepreneur, is that it's like marriage. Think about it. Both sides stand before witnesses, lawyers, board members, sometimes even journalists. They make promises, they sign covenants, and they hope the honeymoon lasts longer than the first funding round. But like marriage, the relationship between an investor and an entrepreneur only works if it's built on 3 pillars: trust, communication, and alignment. So let's talk about each. Trust. Trust is the foundation. It's the invisible currency that makes all the tangible capital flow. Now, when I say trust, I don't mean naive optimism. I mean informed confidence. Pierre Bourdieu, probably one of the world's greatest sociologists, called trust a form of social capital, a resource that reduces friction and makes cooperation possible. Francis Fukuyama argues that nations with higher trust outperform those with low trust because trust lowers transaction costs. So in other words, trust is economic efficiency in disguise. In venture capital, trust starts with due diligence. Not just investors doing diligence on founders, but founders on investors too. Because I'll tell you this, there are some terrible investors out there. Investors who will ghost you when times get hard. Investors who will want control without commitment. And investors who will promise smart capital but will mostly deliver stress. So do your background checks. Ask other founders. Who's funded them before? How have they behaved when numbers have dipped, or the macro has changed, or the headlines have turned? Because references matter. And the same is also going to be done about you, the founder. You know, in Ghana, we always say a good name is better than riches. And in venture and in investments, a good name is really your greatest currency. There's a verse I love in Scripture, Ecclesiastes 4:9-10, which says, 2 are better than 1 because they have a good return for their labor. That's the kind of trust I'm talking about, the kind that will show up in hard times. At CarePoint, when the macroeconomy imploded, and in our 2 largest markets, Nigeria and Ghana, the currency depreciated by 75%. Our investors did not run. They stood by us. They restructured when needed. They supported our staff, and they believed in the mission. That's trust. And that's not accidental. because we did a lot of diligence before selecting investors to make sure that we were partnering with the right person. Trust, once it's broken, is almost impossible to rebuild. So both investors and founders must guard it as sacred, because without it, everything else collapses. Now, if trust is the foundation, communication is the oxygen. Any marriage counselor you talk to will tell you that relationships don't die from shouting. They die from silence. And the same is true in business. I've seen startups implode not because the product failed, but because the founder stopped communicating. I'll tell you a secret about investors. We can handle bad news. Our day job is literally to manage risk. What we hate is surprises. So, entrepreneurs, tell the truth. And tell the truth early. Don't sugarcoat. Don't think you have to pitch and, dazzle, because that would actually destroy you in the long term. If you miss your numbers, say so. But say it with a plan. Here's what happened. Here's what we're doing. And here's how you can help. And investors, listen without panic. The goal is to partner, not to punish. I once had a founder who called me in tears after losing a major deal and thought this was the end of the world, the company was over. And I said, okay, now you know what not to do next. So what's next? Let's come up with a plan. I also asked the founder, are you sleeping? Are you eating? Are you actually taking care of yourself? Because for a startup, you're the most important asset. And that call changed the relationship. And now they call before things go wrong. Because that trust has been established that I care also about the founder and their well-being. In every relationship, communication breeds trust. The great philosopher Aristotle, in his famous piece Rhetoric, said, persuasion rests on three things: ethos, which is credibility; pathos, which is connection; and logos, which is logic. And in a startup boardroom, you need all three. Because facts without empathy will alienate. Right? If I'm going to a funeral where someone close has lost their mother, if they are crying and I tell them, your tears will not bring your mother back, that's technically true, but that's a fact without empathy that will only alienate him and will damage the relationship. And empathy without logic deceives. Because if I said, don't worry, if you stop crying, she'll come back, that's also just ridiculous. That's not going to happen either. And so you need all three. In the early days of Golden Palm Investments, and next year we'll actually be celebrating 20 years. Thank you. It's so amazing to me when I see how much the ecosystem has evolved. Now in the last few years we've had, we had a year of $5 billion. We now have close to $3 billion. When I first started Golden Palm Investments, the entire venture capital ecosystem in all of Africa was $40 million. And no one knew what a term sheet was. So much has changed in under 2 decades. In our early days, our best founders were not necessarily the smartest, but they were the best communicators. They shared updates. They asked for help. They admitted mistakes, and they kept everyone aligned. I tell my team that quarterly updates should not be sterile reports. They are love letters to the future. And often, honesty is the best expression of love. Because when communication is alive, even failure becomes survivable. But when silence sets in, even your success can seem hollow. The third pillar is alignment. Without alignment, trust and communication will not save you. In marriage, we can have all the trust there is, and we can communicate every single hour, every single day, text message, in person. We can do all of that. But if you want kids and your wife doesn't, it's only a matter of time before your love turns to litigation. In business, if one partner wants a 10-year impact journey and the other is looking for a 2-year exit, you're heading for divorce court. So alignment means we see the same horizon, even if we're walking at different speeds. At CarePoint, we've always been clear that we don't want investors who only want to make money. We want investors who believe in building Africa's healthcare future. Because if your mission is to heal and theirs is just to flip, your relationship is doomed. And like healthcare, the same holds in agric. If it is just about making a flip, that relationship is in trouble. There's another verse in scripture I love, Amos 3:3. Can two walk together unless they be agreed? Or, a lot of Ghanaian churches like to talk about how you have to be equally yoked. It's the same in business. If you yoke 2 oxen and one is going left and the other is going right, you're not going to have any progress. So alignment means shared purpose, but it also means shared expectations about returns, about timelines, about governance, and even about communication styles. In academic terms, economists call this the principal-agent problem. When incentives are not aligned, behavior diverges. And the cure is clarity, transparency, and shared values. Clarity, transparency, and shared values. I tell founders all the time, don't just raise capital, raise compatibility. Because, yes, the money will fund your business, but the alignment will fuel your destiny. So now let's go back to my marriage analogy. The day you sign the term sheet, that's the wedding day. Everyone is smiling, the documents are signed, the champagne is popping, Instagram captions, so excited to partner with XYZ Capital to transform the future of soya beans, blah, blah. Are there any married people in this room? Show of hands. Talk to any of them after and they'll tell you that the wedding is easy. The marriage is the work. And the real relationship starts the morning after the wire hits. That's when you realize that your investor may not always be replying to emails before noon, or your founder has just pivoted the business model before having discussions with you. And suddenly the honeymoon is over. That's why it's important to pick partners who share your values and not just your valuation. As the timeless and ever so eloquent Chinua Achebe titled his book, When Things Fall Apart. Now let's be honest, not every marriage works. Some relationships will fail despite everyone's best efforts. But even there, character matters. When an investment goes wrong, I pay less attention to who loses money, but more to how do people behave. Do they throw blame or do they take responsibility? Do they take accountability? Do they exhibit real leadership? Because failure reveals integrity. And it's the same in relationships and marriage. When things are good, you don't really know someone. It's in the bad times, when things are bad and they're on the rock, that's when character is revealed. And if you're in this game long enough, you will fail. Failure is a necessary part of long-term success. The question is whether your failures will deepen your wisdom or they'll destroy your relationships. One of the strongest investor relationships I have today is with someone whom he lost a lot of money investing at a particular round with me. But the way I handled that relationship, the honesty, the clarity, the transparency, he's invested more beyond that because of how that was managed. And there's also another, thank you. And there's also another founder I invested in. The investment went to zero. But I write reference letters for him because of his integrity, because of how he handled that failure, and because it was very clear that the failure was not for lack of effort. It was not for lack of trying. It was simply because the markets failed. But he carried himself with the highest forms of integrity, and I continue to recommend him. And if he starts any other business, I will invest. When investors and entrepreneurs meet at the right point, when there's trust, communication, and alignment, something magical happens. It stops being a transaction and it becomes a transformation. And that's when capital becomes catalytic. That's when you'll find an entrepreneur saying, they didn't invest in me. They built with me. Because that's what the best investors do. They build with you. They partner with you in building your business. That's when an investor, especially in your space, is not just asking what's the IRR, but they're also asking about the impact, about you, about your people. Those are the partnerships that change lives and have real impact. And on our continent, we desperately need more of them. Because our continent's potential, I have always argued, is not limited by ideas or ambition. It's limited by trust. Trust between governments and citizens. Trust between investors and founders. Trust between founders and founders. Everybody wants to be a local champion instead of partnering to build something greater. And even trust between Africans and each other. Which is why you can use a French or an American passport and have easier access traveling around our continent than with a Ghanaian passport. If we can rebuild trust, if we can communicate with honesty, and if we can align around a shared vision of dignity and opportunity, we will not just grow companies. We will renew a continent. You know, I've learned that every great partnership, business or otherwise, needs a moral center. As investors, we have to see the human beings behind the numbers. And the entrepreneurs, you need to also see the soul behind the capital. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about money. It's also about meaning. When I invest, for me personally, I'm not just investing in returns. I'm investing in redemption of potential, of purpose, of people who believe they can change the world. Because the greatest companies were not founded by people who believed they could throw up returns, but by people who truly believed they could change the world and solve problems. And in doing so, the money always comes. So to close, I'll close with the marriage advice nobody asked for. Who are the entrepreneurs in this room? Show of hands. To the entrepreneurs here, before you say I do, ask yourself 3 questions. Do I trust this investor to stand with me when things go wrong? Can I communicate with them honestly without fear? And are we aligned? Not just in strategy, but in spirit. To the investors, do we have investors in the room? Show of hands. To investors, before you wire that capital, even if you're super excited by the pitch deck and the projected returns, it's important to ask yourself 3 questions also. Do I believe in this founder enough to suffer with them? Do I trust them to tell me the truth? And do our visions of success rhyme? Or are we speaking 2 different love languages? Because the truth is, even though it seems very difficult, capital is a lot easier to find. Character is rare. So in this marriage of money and mission, only those who choose both wisely will stay together long enough to build something that lasts. So yes, by all means, fall in love, but do your due diligence. And let's build relationships that outlast term sheets. Let's build partnerships that outlive profit cycles. And let's build legacies that transcend us all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow, 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 wow. This one there, Dr. Dele, it wasn't just investment advice you gave. Oh. We just had a second level of marriage counseling. Failure is a necessary part of long-term success. Relationships don't die from shouting. They die from silence. So when your partner does something, you can shout, diggy, 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 but in the evening you can just drink some hot chocolate and make peace, right? But the silence treatment just will create some, it won't give you the right vibe to build. You speak, you shout, you fight, you build. So me, I'm taking the investment advice into marriage. How many of us are married? All those who are not married, take the investment advice and take the marriage advice in it too, to make better partners to you. And then one thing that stuck to me and is sticking with me forever, don't skip due diligence because of excitement. Because of excitement. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Sango Dele. I can see Madam Catherine Krobo Eduse. I'll be acknowledging the others as we go along. But it's now time for the key presentations for today. Sango has really set us off on a good trajectory. And we are going to have the first presentation from the FAO Ghana office on building resilient food systems in the face of climate change. After this presentation, we'll have another one from the WFP office, and it's also on the same theme. So please help me welcome Garba Ahmed, veterinary and public health expert at the FAO Ghana office, with a round of applause.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to you all. My name is Garba Ahmed. I work for FAO Ghana as the lead for the, for the Emergency Center for Transboundary Animal Diseases. I'm an epidemiologist, a veterinarian, and I support epidemiology activities in Western Central Africa. So it is indeed a pleasure for me to represent FAO at this important conference. And I bring you greetings from the FAO representative to Ghana, Ms. Priya Gujaduru, who could not be here with us today. Let me start by congratulating Kosmos Innovation Center for this important conference, which is Agricultural Innovation for Africa. And because it is centered on youth, I see it very interesting, very impacting. Sorry, I have a cold. So it gives me a lot of impetus this morning to see everyone gathered here to talk about youth, because our youth are the most important in everything we do today, because whatever we do today will impact the youth tomorrow. And we know that. Okay.
Sorry about this, but all those who are supposed to be in the deal room, the deal room is just about starting. So it's in, if you go out, the ushers will show you where the deal room is. So if you register to be in the deal room, the investors are ready. It's just about starting. So you can go, the ushers will show you where it's happening so that you can get the investment you are looking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Like I was saying, in Ghana, we know that over 38% of the population is around, the age is around 15 to 35 years, which means that the bulk of the population are youth. So in this case, what we are doing today is very, very important. So that is why it is important that we have to build resilient systems so that we really plan for the future generations to come. This is just a generic slide. I think we all know about what the impact of the climate crisis has on the threat to the food systems. Of course, the rising temperature will affect crops that are sensitive to that, the erratic and unpredictable rainfall, soil degradation, livestock and pastoral system stress. We all know about the conflict between the herders and the farmers, pests and disease outbreaks, the fall armyworm, the locusts, and also diseases in animals that are sensitive to temperature, like vector-borne diseases, social and economic vulnerability, food security and risk. So all these climate threats actually will impact the youth. So we see youth as catalysts for climate resilient food systems in Africa, and they are coming up with innovative ways of really changing the paradigm, you know. So these positive changes, they come up with climate smart way of doing farming, digital agriculture, water efficient irrigation, agro-pastoral practices, entrepreneurship in agri-tech. All these innovations by the youth is changing the way we do agriculture. We are moving from the subsistence way of doing it to a more efficient way using technology. And with the advent of AI, we know that a lot of things are happening in the agricultural space that can really change the way we do agriculture, especially with the threat of the climate change. So at, sorry, this is, oops. So FAO was formally established in Ghana about 47 years ago. That was in 1978. And we have a team of 180 staff here in Ghana, and we have office in Tamale and Accra, and then we also have other district offices. We also have presence in Rome, which is the headquarters, and then we have also the sub-regional office in Dakar, and about 54 countries in Africa is what the regional office here control. Food and nutrition security, jobs and incomes, and also issues related to livelihoods are some of the areas that FAO is involved in. And we work with over 250,000 producers, processors, entrepreneurs in the country. We also operate through what we call the country programming framework. And this country programming framework is aligned to the government initiatives and government frameworks in Ghana. So every time we try to work with government to develop this country programming framework so that it is fully aligned to the objectives of the government. So we have this one that we developed from 2023 to 2025, which is talking about the 4 betters. I will talk more about the 4 betters in the next slide. Oops, oh, this thing is running faster than. Okay, let me just leave it and just explain it. So, as I was saying, you know, we have the country programming framework, which is focused on sustainable food and agricultural production. improve rural livelihoods, and also increase resilience to climate change. So this dovetails into the UN Sustainable Cooperation Framework, which is outcome 1, that is the inclusive and sustainable economic growth and transformation. This now fits to the 4 betters that I was talking about in the initial slide, which is the global strategic framework for FAO. And the 4 betters are better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And this one cuts across the whole value chain, whether it's agricultural or related to animal value chains, from input supply to production to marketing, and up to the time that whatever product is produced, whether it's crop or animal product, reaches to the table. So all these are covered within these 4 betters. And this now goes to the Ghana National Priorities, which is the MDTPs, and then the Ghana Feed Program and System Transformation Pathways. And this now dovetails into the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, which are listed there. I will not go into. So the work of FAO is actually aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals that we are all working towards achieving. So all this, as we said, will lead to sustainable agri-production, climate resilience, biosecurity, food safety, market access. All these are achieved through this, the CPF of Ghana that is aligned to the government priorities. So what are the programs that FAO has been doing in Ghana to support all these interventions for resilience building? So we have the first one, which is about the climate smart land use. And this is very important because we know that a lot of the conflicts that we have is all competition for land. So we are promoting these practices so that we make sure that there is regeneration of the natural environment and also agroforestry to restore the degraded landscapes. Again, there's promotion of solar-powered irrigation schemes, which is very important because right now we are talking about green energy, so we need to have this kind of systems in place, and the youth are at the forefront of this. And we are also promoting and piloting technologies for vegetable production. Why? Because we want to have a protected environment. Again, we established the iReach Hub for e-extension services where farmers can really interact with the extension agents so that they get real-time information on what to do with all the interventions that they have. And then we are also improving post-harvest handling of products, agricultural products, because after harvesting, you have a lot of losses. So how you establish cold chains to make sure that these systems are in place, or these commodities that you have produced are preserved and you get the best out of it is very important. And we have also piloted and are upscaling the Event Mobile application, which is a tool for real-time disease reporting. And you know that setting up effective early warning systems is very important. So if you detect early, you can intervene very early. So you can respond early, and by that way, you prevent diseases from moving from one location to the other, or spillover events that can reach other countries, just like when we have had the COVID and other diseases, the Ebola, and for example. So if we intervene early, we can stop it. So we are piloting these systems. And we have the in-service veterinary epidemiology training for the frontline workers to make sure that all the frontline workers that are at the forefront of disease threats are well trained to respond more effectively. Okay, so what are the FAO initiatives for youth empowerment? That is what we call the green entrepreneurships. These are just some of the areas that FAO is working to make sure that we have all the systems in place to ensure that the youth are empowered to be able to go and handle issues related to climate change. So we have business incubation centers, which are shifting youth from using the conventional farming systems to more innovative approaches. And then we also have a center for skills development, giving them hands-on training in terms of processing, in terms of technical skills to make them more efficient. And we are also building capacity, training youth in decent work guidelines according to FAO-AU toolkit to make sure that youth have inclusive agri-food programming under the job agri-system of FAO. And last but not the least, the outcome is that we are creating sustainable employment and increasing financial access of over 1,000 entrepreneurs. So all these interventions are helping the youth to grow better and to be able to have investments that are, will yield good benefit, good results, or internal rate of return. So also, just to highlight that we have some partnerships that we have been having with the Kosmos Innovation Center, and one of it is delivering Agri-Tech Challenge. And also we have a program for where we incubated 43 early stage agri-businesses with 24% of the beneficiaries as women. We have also scaled digital business skills through 10 module executive trainings and marketing. We have also partnered with KIC in train-the-trainer models for selected facilitators to train youth. And there are other partnerships that we have within the country with other government partners. So we work closely with Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Ministry of Environment, Land, Local Government, Fisheries, National Disaster Management, and other agencies, Fishery Commission. We also work with research institutes, such as CSIR, NGOs, SMEs, to provide all these services. Since if I... Sorry, my presentation seems to have gone. I don't know how to bring it back. Okay. It's very sensitive. Once you press, it goes very fast. Sorry about that. Maybe I don't belong to the youth generation, so I'm struggling with technology. Maybe it should have been small touch, and I'm touching it maybe too hard. So that is for the old generation. Okay. So what do we have for call to action? So we want to scale innovation. So by investing in startups and also using affordable technologies. So that is one of the things that FAO is focused on. The other one is to strengthen partnerships. Partnerships are key to everything. I think the first speaker was also talking about partnerships, but he gave a very good picture relating it to marriage, which helped us to really understand what we are talking about. So partnerships is key when you want to establish anything and make it more profitable. So across government, NGOs, and private sector, they have a lot of things they can bring to the table to promote youth-led interventions. Then the other one is policy advocacy. Whatever you are going to do, you work within the policy space, so you have to make sure that you prioritize climate resilient agriculture and youth inclusion in your decision making, because that is very important. Once you leave out the youth, then you are kind of compromising the future. So that is very important. And then the access to land. This is also another very key thing. Even though you want to help the youth, if they don't have access to land, then that development will not go. I know there are interventions that you can do within your household, like the hydroponics, where you need very small space to do it, but land is key, because if you have to feed a large population, definitely you need a lot of land. And who do we want that land to go to? Is the youth. So we have impacted our partners, and we have done sustainable production and good agricultural practices. Over 14,000 smallholder farmers are trained in good agricultural practices. We have enhanced produce quality and improved fonio. Fonio is one of the product that is very good, and the youth and women especially are highly involved in fonio production. So again, e-extension, which I talked about, where farmers can get real-time advice about what to do with their interventions. And also the Ghana Cocoa Monitor that was launched recently, coordinated action on cocoa to make sure that whatever is happening, cocoa is one of the key products in Ghana, and also this monitor is very important to understand what is going on with the cocoa and adjust accordingly. So this monitor was launched just a few months ago. The Cocoa Board officers are trained on ARS and standards in sustainable cocoa production. And then we have the fishery officers also trained, also animal health officers and others in the sector. We have 20 plus women led fish processing trained and in hygienic operations. Then we have also the climate resilience and natural resource management with over 100,000 supported in this initiative in climate adaptation. We also have more than 13,000 hectares restored under the sustainable management program. Then we have the agri early warning system, which is very important both in plants and animals. So this has also been established. So thank you very much and for listening.
Can we take some questions? Do you have any questions for Mr. Garba? Okay, we have 2 hands, so we'll take just those 2 questions. Eben, can we get a mic for, you can take 1 mic from here. We'll take 2 quick questions, and then Mr. Odatefie will come. Okay, then Mr. Garba can take his seat. We'll take the presentation from the BFP, and then we'll do the Q&A, so that he can rest a little bit before we do that. Thank you so much. Please give him a round of applause for me. So we are going to have the next presentation from the WFP, and we have the head of food systems at WFP. Please help me welcome Mr. Stephen Inshira Odatefie.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning, everybody. How are you? See, the energy here is a bit down, but we'll be fine. Yes, I'm Stephen Odatefie. I'm the head of WFP Ghana Food Systems. And my job is basically to build a food resilience system, working with other government agencies in Ghana connected to our agricultural transformation. And I think it's been going well so far. I'm going to share a couple of interesting progress that we've made since I joined, at least in 2024. And I think maybe if the presentation could come up, I want a visual expression to what I'm going to be sharing today. But in hindsight, the World Food Program is and has been around for the past, I think, 60 or so plus years. I'm currently managing about $25 million at the country office. We've done some incredible stuff over the past 2 years. And I hope that by the time I'm done, you guys will be invigorated to work with us or partner with us in how you guys realize the dreams that you've all set for yourselves. I think the first thing I want to indicate is there are two major problems that are ravaging our ability to create sustainable food systems. And one is the conundrum with our irrigation infrastructure. And number two is basically pest management as a result of climate change. And I'm going to just throw a bit of light on exactly what I mean by irrigation infrastructure. Now, there is a report by the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority. How many of you know the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority? Anybody? Great. And in that report, they indicated that we'll need about $7 billion to resolve our irrigation issues once and for all and ensure that farmers have access to agriculture that is not rain-fed, but that is seasonal, at least basically 2 times a year. I was hoping my presentation would be out by now. I should give you guys some time. Yeah, I'm trying to create some speech so that by the time you are there, then I can start, but it's not working. But anyways, ideally, of course, with this particular finding that they came up with, I said, what is it going to take for us to raise that amount of money so that we can solve this problem? The first incidence of it is the fact that government has already dedicated $13 billion to what they call the Big Push Agenda, right? Which is equivalent to 13 billion cedis to the Big Push Agenda, at least for this year, which is equivalent to about $1 billion. So if we have to raise even $1 billion to solve irrigation, we can do it. But why is it so important to me? And let me tell you why. Last year, we received about $10 million from the USAID. There are no more anyways. My funding or my portfolio was basically $35 million until Donald Trump won power. And then I lost $10 million, but it's fine. We gave $10 million of funding to over 35,000 smallholder farmers. We literally transferred cash into their Momo accounts. From the previous year, when we provided this $10 million to these 18,000 farmers at the time, they had invested about 80% of it in inputs, which meant that they had enough funding or working capital to operate their farms. So we repeated the same activity last year. And after we had expended this transaction, the dry spell came around. So farmers had spent 90% of close to about 3,000 Ghana cedis that was transferred to their accounts on inputs, and there was nothing to show for it because there were no rain. $10 million gone. Now, when I joined the World Food Program, I asked myself this question, that for the past 60 years, that development partners have been in Ghana, working in Ghana, proliferating a lot of support in the north. What has been the results to show? And for me, that was a stark reality of the fact that input-focused support is not the only solution, or it's one of the minor solutions to solving the program sustainably. There is not a single donor-funded program I know in this country that submits a proposal that includes a budget for irrigation. So let me take it a bit further. $10 million went down the drain. Farmers lost their livelihoods. $7 billion to transform irrigation infrastructure in this country. And what are we going to do to start with it? 900 to about 1 million farmers were affected by the dry spell last year, at least for those that we could count. Now, you're looking about 872,000 acres that has been defined by the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority as what it will take to transform the entire agricultural ecosystem. Now, this 870,000 acres is equivalent to about 2 million farmers working across these enclaves or these particular hotspots. Now, every single farmer is averaging about 2 tons per acre. If a farmer is averaging 2 tons per acre, or about 2.5 tons per acre, that gives us about what? 5 million tons, right? 5 million tons, 2 million farmers across the country. Are you following me? Now, what is the market price for a ton for the basic commodities that we consume? For maize, for soy, for some of the grains, let's say about 5,000 Ghana cedis per ton. If you multiply 5,000 Ghana cedis per ton by these 5 million tons, you are getting 25 billion Ghana cedis. That is the average income or the contributing income that farmers who are basically operationalizing maybe 1 season per year are producing. When you convert this 25 billion cedis into dollars, that's about $2 billion. So the average gross domestic product of smallholder farmers, 2 million in perspective, is about $2 billion a year. That is if they're operating in the north. If we invest even just $4 billion in the irrigation ecosystem, we'll definitely allow farmers to double their production, because they will not be producing only once per year, but twice per year. So you're having incomes of farmers double from $2 billion to $4 billion. Even if we invested all the $7 billion, or government found that money, because there's a will for government to find the money because of the big push agenda. So if government finds the $7 billion and they get $4 billion back in the first year because of the seasonal dynamics of it, that means that it's taking government only 2 years to get that money back. Is that possible or is not possible? So we must have an intentional narrative and strategy of how we solve the irrigation problem in this country. It will reduce donor assistance because farmers have doubled their incomes. You see a larger impact on our GDP as a result of this investment. Irrigation alone can solve 80% of the problems that donor funders are struggling to raise money for, to solve problems that for 60 years we haven't been able to solve. Are you following me? Good. Now let's go to cocoa. You see that mini bag over there? Now, I think about 10, 15 years ago, we were averaging about $2 billion in cocoa revenues, give or take. Today, we are doing just about $1 billion, less, a little bit of. And why is that the case? It's simply because, as we speak, of the 1.3 million trees that are dedicated towards cocoa production, we only have about 600,000 acres of it left. So that cut in our cocoa production has affected the revenues we are generating from cocoa because of this swollen shoot issue as a result of this mini bag pandemic. So as we speak, we've lost our stance, or we are almost losing our status in the global cocoa production space. I understand Ecuador is actually on the verge of actually overtaking Ghana, and this is exactly what we call food sovereignty. We've lost already $1 billion. There is $4 billion sitting in investing in 2 million smallholder farmers. There is $4 billion of adding to our current existing gross production or GDP products of about I think we're doing about $77 billion. Just $4 billion can be significant. And these are the two main things that we are sitting on, what I call a gold mine of missed possibilities that we have to take up. And so what have we as WFP been doing, at least over the past 2 years since I joined? The first thing is this, and the shock of my life was when we piloted a program. And the basis of this was part of the mandate within part of the donor funding that we've received is to impact 100,000 smallholder farmers by 2027 and ensure that these 100,000 smallholder farmers reduce post-harvest losses, which is taking already $2 billion from our economy every single year. Farmers are losing $2 billion in post-harvest losses every single year, at least for 6 commodity value chains: rice, maize, soy, tomato, onion, and pepper. And in my humble perspective of what we could do to solve the problem, we realized that you cannot go to a farmer and tell the farmer to apply a certain planting distance. And repeating that sort of general agricultural practice hasn't got farmers to apply best planting distances. You tell them every time they go and they do a different thing. Just give the farmer a planter. Give him a planter. You give him a planter, he is able to mechanize and do exactly what you want. And so what we've done is that we have procured 1,876 post-harvest equipment, and we are distributing it to 100,000 smallholder farmers. It's the third largest consignment of equipment in our history. You should be clapping for that. Usually when I speak, people don't clap. So at some points, I'll be telling you to clap. So listen attentively. Now, that's the first step. But we're about to make a mistake by reveling in this sort of feat. Why? Because in 1960, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah procured about 5,000 pieces of equipment into this country. By 1968, they were not fit for purpose. In the 1980s, Hillary Liman did the same. In the 2000s, President Kufuor brought in about 2,000. And we've also done the same, 1,876. By 2008, the equipment that President Kufuor brought into the country were also not fit for purpose. Now, why is that a question? Because there was a certain implementation strategy that didn't work. The first that was lacking was the lack of building the human capacity to manage the equipment. with the technical skills to operate it, to repair it, and to use it. So this is what we did. As soon as we did all the procurements, and the last batch of equipment is arriving in October, I said, let's put a hold on this, and let's try and capacitate, or start the process of capacitating our young agricultural students. Where can we find them? We can find them in agricultural colleges and the colleges of agriculture across our universities. Now, another interesting finding is that about 2 years ago, there was a finding by McKinsey, that indicate that 2% of all students in Ghana are offering agricultural programs. 2%. Which means that 98% of students that are in our schools don't see agriculture as a meaningful pathway to creating jobs. Just 2%. How do you transform a country where 60% of our labor force are farmers, 70% of that 60% labor force are over the age of 60? And what's going to be the next generation of building a resilient food system if that particular or this particular generation of farmers die? Why do we have a small enrollment rate in our colleges of agriculture and universities? Beyond it, we also realize that in a college like KNUST, College of Agriculture, there's only one tractor serving 4,000 students. So I had to make a case to raise funding, about $1 million, to be able to capacitate every single agricultural college. Today, we've given a tractor, a dryer, a thresher. We've transferred funding of 235,000 Ghana cedis to every single agricultural college in this country. And now you are working well. That's good. I like that. Now, let me tell you how I got to the point where we did this. And this is the kind of resilience I'm talking about, because the human capacity of our students is key. Now, we did a pilot so that I could build on that case of proving that we had a problem with our human capacity in agriculture. We did a pilot where we brought about 400 graduates, most of them agricultural engineering graduates, to Oahu Agricultural College and Winchi Agricultural College. When we brought them for a 6-week mechanization program where we gave these colleges rice mills, threshers, and then tractors, it was shocking that 95% of them who had an agricultural engineering degree had not driven a tractor. Now, how do we move on as a nation from that? There are about 15,000 graduates from the colleges. They graduate, you see all the pictures like Sangu said on Instagram and all that. And they have what I call false degrees. Within 6 weeks, they not only learned how to operate a tractor, to maintain it, to repair it, but they also secured their driver's e-licenses in 6 weeks, over 4 years of education. Imagine somebody spending 3,000 Ghana cedis a year, times 4, 12,000 Ghana cedis, and you graduate and you can't drive a tractor. Any sensible person will sue that institution for the contract that was not met. You went into a contract, you paid a certain amount of money, the college didn't give you what you wanted. At least you, the government, maybe it's not the fault of the engineers. And that is why we were insistent that we'll provide equipment support to all these colleges of agriculture. And beyond that, we also provided funding support to repair the equipments they have that are also not fit for purpose. So those are the two main things that we've done. The second thing that we've done is that we've introduced a program called irrigation management in each of these agricultural colleges. Oahu, Winchi, Damongo, what's the other one? Those of you, any of you went to Indian agricultural colleges over here? Whole Technical, they have an agricultural engineering faculty, etc. We also provided and we've introduced warehouse management systems in each of these colleges, unprecedented in their time. And the most important intervention that we've done is that every single one of these 5 agricultural colleges, for the first time now, have a country, or what they call a strategic 5-year development plan, where we're able to see exactly where they are now and where they want to go. Because vision is very important, and that is what we are doing with them at the moment. The other interesting part is that we realized that about 60% of the equipment that we're going to give out to these smallholder farmers were going to be imported. Now, we are not giving the equipment to the farmers directly, because the model that has failed is that government would then give these equipment to farmer-based organizations who don't have the funding or the wherewithal to raise the money to be able to fund the maintenance of the equipment, which has been the biggest problem. So we have identified agri-businesses where in the EOI that they submitted and they won, they must first of all prove 2 things. They have the financial capacity to house the equipment. They have the financial capacity to protect and repair the equipment, and also to train the farmers on how to use the equipment. That is part of the risk management approach that we used. The second part of it within this framework is that in importing all these equipment, I said we cannot as a country continue to go down this trend. And so we've also empowered the Gratis Foundation with $400,000. And by the end of October, they'll be producing 350 maize threshers to support 10,000 women farmers in the coming November harvest period. Now, a lot of all that I've said, every single intervention that I have spoken to you about today was resisted. Because if you understand what the World Food Programme does, as of 2018, our mandate was only saving lives. So we were an emergency response organization. Where there's a flood, where there is an issue where people lack food, would mobilize resources and then would support them with these resources. But then we moved from that, or gravitated beyond just saving lives into changing lives. And that is where, when I joined last year, I was very insistent that whatever experience I have mastered over my past 10, 15 years in agribusiness, I'll translate that energy into transforming our people in a small way that contributes to agricultural transformation. Now, the other aspect of this is that the agricultural colleges are also very key, because over the past 10 years, they've been receiving close to 30,000 Ghana cedis from government to manage their operations. And so the enrollment rates in the agricultural colleges have fallen from an average of 500 students each year to about 200. Secondary school students will watch the Ghana Maths and Science quiz, and they want to go, and work or study in KNUST or UG or any other institution that offers non-agricultural programs. And that was a serious bane that I figured that how do we create an interest in young people for agriculture? And one of the areas where we can do that is, and I'm pleased to announce to you guys that we've partnered with the Office of the President, we've partnered with Temple Investments, and we'll be organizing, come December, the first ever Ghana Agribusiness and Agricultural Science and Maths quiz. Now, within the spirit of that, this is a competition we are organizing only for the tertiary institutions, because the average secondary school student would pick a non-agricultural course, basically. And so how do we get Damongo winning the competition, or the agric engineering faculty of Ho Technical winning that competition, so that young people can say, look, I want to go to Ohawo Agricultural College. I want to go to Wenchi Agricultural College. The more talent we have in agricultural colleges, the better solutions we can churn out to make a difference. I am basically a product of a subject that is unrelated to agriculture, but I found my way rising within the space. I studied computer science in Ashesi University. And so I had no agricultural background whatsoever. I went on to Goldman Sachs, did a little bit of investment banking, came back, did investment banking, and that was the first time I got introduced to agriculture. My mom, for the past 20 years of her life, had set up a successful business called Amsic Resources in the northern part of Ghana. She was working with about 5,000 rice farmers in the Tolo Kumbungu area. For 20 good years, I never asked my mom what exactly she does. She will bring rice home, basically the brown rice, and we'll go and buy the other polished rice, Rice Master and all those other ones. I never tasted it. It was when I went into the agribusiness space, investment banking, supporting agribusinesses with funding, that I asked them, Mom, so what exactly did you used to do? Just last 3 months, I went to my mom's company for the very first time. Well, for the past 5-10 years, I've pretty much been all around the space. And I was amazed at the work that she had done. Those incomes and those revenues she generated was what funded my education in Ashesi, which is quite expensive. And so you can understand that if she was a product of the proof that agriculture is rewarding, is sophisticated, and it can pay for any tuition, even for Harvard, if you manage it well, then that is the examples that we need to make a difference and transform this country. And I think for all of you that are here with your dreams and your aspirations, the key ingredient to it is 3 things: empathy, ethics, and entrepreneurship. And that is the key ingredients that are missing in our leadership fabric today. We have leaders who are entrepreneurial, but who are not ethical. We have leaders who are ethical, but are not empathetic. And so a typical politician would go into a philanthropic project only because they are a politician or because they have to run some programs. But we need young people like you who are starting social entrepreneurial projects from a very young age, so people can entrust the resources of this country to you because your heart beats for them. And like Sangu said, honesty is the precursor of a demonstration of love to a people. I want to end with this scripture that says that in Isaiah chapter 2, that in the last days the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on top of the mountains. And many shall come and say, Come ye, let us go into the house of the mountain of Jacob, that he may teach us of his ways and show us his paths. And I'm very certain that examples and the success stories that all of you create today will become a mountain that many nations shall flow onto in the coming future. Thank you very much.
Steve, please wait because we have some questions. So, Mr. Gaba, if you can join. Because we are running out of time, I'll grant about 5 minutes for questions. Earlier, we had 2 people's hands up at the back. So, if you have questions for FAO, WFP, you can take a seat. Yeah, we'll take 2 quick questions. Okay, 1 hand at the back. Eben, there's a hand at the back here, and I can see one here as well. You mention your name, your institution, and then in a very precise and concise way, you ask your question. We get responses to them, and then we'll move to the next part of the program for the morning. But please put your hands together once again for them. 2 very good presentations. Now, the deal room is also ongoing. The deal room is also ongoing. And as we wait for the question, let's acknowledge our sponsors, Kosmos Energy, Complete Pharma, Accra, EVV Foods, Promasidor, New Age, and our partners CSIR. We also have Standards Authority, FDA. Now, this is the Wi-Fi name, so if you want to connect to the internet, that's the Wi-Fi name and the password. You can connect to that, and you can join the network. So, first question.
My name is Elizabeth Saki from Maflex Agricultural Training Institute. And please, in case you want to join the training sessions like the Green Entrepreneurship, is there any process for application, and then how long is it going to be?
Good morning. My name is Mauli. I work with Grow For Me. Last year, we were actually finalists at the Kofi Annan Award for Innovation in Africa. It's a World Food Program initiative. My question was, or is, we've heard a lot about how there are gaps, and to be extremely honest with you, there are many entrepreneurs here. We, for instance, have seen particular caveats where we can tap into some of the challenges that are going on. So my question is, what can we do to tap in, or what is the FAO and the WFP in Ghana doing to have entrepreneurs who can solve some of the problems tap into what you are doing and benefit from the programs you are running? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a hand here, but you know what? Eben, can we take one more question? Okay, so please bring the microphone here. Whilst you come, we can take the answers to the questions. Let me give you microphones.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, what I want is a contribution. When it comes to irrigation, or let's say machinery for agriculture, if we don't produce our own machines, tractors, combine harvesters, irrigation machines, and we depend on other countries, we import them, we will not succeed. We have to create the culture of manufacturing our own machines. Because you want to go and buy a machine, let's say in Brazil or something like that, they will not give you the brand new machine. They will give you they will just spray a second-hand machine and give it to you. Secondly, if we want to industrialize, and we don't manufacture our own machines and engines and everything, we are joking. Because every product has 4 main cycles: introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Now, when you want to produce sugar in Ghana, and you are going to buy machines from a country that sells sugar to us, you think they will be happy? They will give you obsolete machines. They will just spray it. You use it for just 1 year and the machine will break down. You have to go and look for spare parts you will not get. So when it comes to tractor, machines that we use to industrialize and improve in agriculture, if we don't create that culture, that material culture of producing material things, and we only depend on our non-material culture of drumming and dancing, and as the saying goes, when science and technology was passing by, Africans were dancing to the tune of their drums. We need to cultivate that habit of creating our own machines. Other than that, we are joking.
Thank you,
talked
sir.
about Nkrumah's industrialization. Where did it end? The machines that they brought, where are they? I'll just end here.
Thank you. So quick responses. Let's take 30 seconds each.
Okay. So on the question of what we're doing to help entrepreneurs. So in July, we just closed out on a post-harvest loss competition. We had supported, I think, 10 teams, about 30 entrepreneurs with $10,000 each, a combined value of $100,000. We're having a second wave of that competition also, in fact, in partnership with KIC come December. And so we're currently processing the application, and then very soon they should announce to all of you available funding for about $200,000, which we've earmarked to support you guys that you'll be pitching to in December. It covers 6 commodity value chains: rice, maize, soy, tomato, onion, and pepper. And so we look forward to having you guys on that competition and pitching your solutions. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Gaba?
FAO website to be able to see what programs are going on, and so that you can really tap into it. I may not be the best person to answer this question because I have colleagues that are really working directly with these programs. So if I may also ask my colleague sitting down there to maybe throw more light on these entrepreneurship programs, I think that will give more insight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. My name is Arnold Sylvester Ampia. I am an agronomist by training and profession, but I'm also working as a program specialist in the FAO Ghana. On the participation, we have closed one of the application windows is actually closed, and we are evaluating all the applications that came together, the budgeting. We have a program that we launch on a yearly basis. It's been running since 2018. We call it Forest and Farm Facility Program, but this is where we have the Green Entrepreneurship Program under it. And the winners pitch up to 100,000 USD, and this is on annual basis. Unfortunately, that of this year is closed. Usually we advertise through our platform, as Garba said, we call the UNGM, United Nations Global Marketplace. And then you also go to the FAO website and you see it. Once you just Google UNGM, it will come, and then you go there, you see most of the advertisements for all the UN agencies. Then you go to the FAO website specifically, then you see the FAO specific advertisement also. So coming July, we will be rolling out some other openings, which entrepreneurs who are interested will be able to apply. Then to answer the contribution to the fabrication of machinery in the country, FAO supported the government of Ghana to design the Ghana Agricultural Engineering Policy. As part of that policy, one of the recommendations we put in is to do local fabrication. And so this year, we are designing a program that seeks to train the youth in fabrication of machine parts, tractor, and all those ones, all agricultural machinery parts. And we're going to partner with local investment to do this training. Where it is necessary, we bring our experts from the other countries to come and assist in this training. And so these are some of the things FAO is doing. Because, for example, now we have done feasibility studies to install over 60 solar-powered irrigation facilities in northern Ghana. The feasibility studies is completed. But as you mentioned, then some of the parts may break down. Then you have issues of maintenance here and there, because sometimes you have to wait for some parts. The person may have to go and buy new panel and whatsoever. And these are some of the reasons we are designing the program this year for the fabrication of agricultural machinery parts in the country. Okay. We will roll it out and it will be launched nationwide and everybody will know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I believe the Executive Director of KIC wants to make an intervention.
Thank you. This is a quick intervention, and to our friends from FAO. Your fabrication thing, don't go too far. KIC has set up the Center of Excellence in Kumasi that has had all the up-to-date FAO to be part of the launching. And yesterday I mentioned here in my welcome remarks that this is something that is for Ghana, and really want to work with stakeholders to support young people to create businesses out of this, So let us have a conversation afterwards, and we can even share with you. And Camille, if you're here, the portfolio manager leading that effort, Camille is in the deal room. We can come into and do a full presentation on the Center of Excellence to FAO to see how it will work. And I'm happy to see Prof. Toto here, because the Food Innovation Center is something that we want to work with Prof. Toto and the team too as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So please put your hands together for Mr. Gaba and Mr. Odate Fio from the FAO and WFP respectively for your presentations and answering our questions. We are moving to the next phase, and this is a presentation and a panel discussion. Now the presentation is on digital tools transforming food and agriculture. So there will first be a presentation by Farmer Line, and after that we'll have a panel discussion. And to moderate this session, we have a program officer from Accra, Bashiru Dokuguru, to take over and moderate this session. Please, let's welcome Bashiru with a round of applause.
Thank you, Kojo. Unfortunately, Kojo has murdered my name. Yes, he murdered it. It's Dokurugu. All right, so good morning, everyone. My name is Bashiru Musa Dokurugu. I am a program officer with Accra. I am an agricultural economist by training, and I manage the rice, the maize, and the soybean portfolio in Ghana. So we have quite a number of issues on our hand, but this particular session is looking at digital tools. So this particular session is for us to be able to have a very open-ended discussions around tools, digital tools transforming food and agriculture. Just to make some few remarks before I call the first presenter to take us through. I'm just coming from Morocco, where we had a learning tour together with the Parliamentary Select Committee on Agriculture. It was a learning tour for us to be able to experiment and be able to see what is really working in Morocco that we can borrow from and be able to have them here in our country. Now, it will interest you to know that, for me, let me say this, it may sound a bit controversial, but I think the fact has to be stated. I think we have so many farmers in Ghana. The issue is that if you look at the number of people involved in the production side of agriculture, you will see that we have so many of them. And perhaps that could be the reason why so many things seems not to be working together for us. Because if you look at it, the underlying factor for me, I think, is because of the low adoption of very good technologies that we have that can really be able to fast track, the way we do things here in our country. Just to give you some reference points, if you take USA, for instance, the US has a population of 350 million. Out of the 350 million population in the US, there are only 3.4 million producers, representing just 1% of their entire population. Now, if you take France, France has a population of 68 million. Out of the 68 million, they only have 700,000 farmers, representing 1% of their entire population. Let me just pause here to allow you to be able to sink in so that you try to get the perspective where we are taking this conversation to. The third part is UK. UK also has a population similar to France, and they also have about 750,000 farmers who are basically producers. And that represents also 1% of their population. South Africa here, our neighbor, they also have 61 million population with 2.5 million as producers, representing 4% of their population. Lastly, Morocco has 41 million, and they have about 1 million producers, representing 3.6% of their population. Now, if you take Ghana, who has a very good guess in terms of how many producers do we have in Ghana? Who can just guess? Anybody with a guess? How many producers do we have in Ghana? All right, the number is 5.5 million. Almost about 6 million producers. Now, if you work out the mass, that's about roughly between 15.5 or 15.7% of our entire population very active producing. This, for me, is not the future we want to see. There should be a small number of us producing using sophisticated technologies. I can understand the passion with which my brother here mentioned the low adoption of technologies and the fact that we are not prepared physically, mentally, and financially to be able to invest in our own technologies such that at least we have our own technologies being used by our own farmers to be able to produce. Now, this is just to set the tone for us to go into the conversation proper. There are two parts of this session. First, we are going to have a presentation which will be delivered by my very own Anita Sabre, who is the Vice President of Business Growth and Strategic Partnership at Farmerline. She will walk us through the Farmerline story. How are they impacting farmers using digital technology? The answer to the problem that I just mentioned, treated, has to do largely is because of low technology adoption, especially the digital platforms. So if Anita is here, I would like to kindly invite you to come upstairs so that you can walk us through the Farmerline story. Please, a round of applause for Anita to take us through. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Stephen ended with a Bible quote, but unfortunately I don't have any. All right, so I think I've already been introduced, but my name is Anita. The Vice President for Business Growth and Strategic Partnership in Farmerline. Basically, my job is to scale our innovation and work with strategic partners like yourself that wants to join the mission of ensuring food security in Ghana, in Africa, and across the globe. So I'll be taking you through the story of Farmerline, where we started from, what we have built, and the room that we have to collaborate with all of you here that are interested in using digital tools to join the mission in solving this critical issue. I'm sure a lot of us woke up this morning and you've already taken breakfast. It definitely came from a smallholder farmer somewhere. But those smallholder farmers, do they have access to the updated knowledge that all of us that are sitting here that are within the same industry have access to? No. So today, we'll walk the farmer line story. Hopefully the presentation comes up, and then we get to see some of the beautiful innovation that Farmer Line has put in place, and to tap in some ideas on how we can collaborate and work together. So whilst they work on the presentation, I'll give you a bit of a background story on who Farmer Line is. So Farmer Line was 100% founded by Ghanaians that have lived and grew up in the farming communities. They had parents that were breaking their paths. It may not be direct parents, mother or father, but some relatives, aunties, grandparents that were breaking their backs to grow the food for us. They were still using the ancient strategies of growing food. Today, if you go to the village, even a 5-year-old can tell you how to put a seed on the ground, and then, of course, it will sprout. And that is the reason why Farmer Line was birthed. We saw the back-breaking activities that some of our parents, our grandparents were going through that needed basic technology to help them to grow our food well. Agriculture has grown beyond that age limit where you see old people, 50 years, 90 years, 100 years even farming. Now it's interesting because of these digital solutions. So today I'll run you through a bit of a story about us. Does this work? Okay, all right. So why are we all here today? Why the urgency? Why do we keep speaking about food security, ensuring food resilience? There's so many agricultural innovation around the world, in Ghana, everywhere, because it's urgent. If we don't solve the problem, in the next few years, we will go hungry. We will go back to the 19s, that food scare that some of us did not come to meet. We will still go back. And the urgency is across the continent. There are millions of youth that see agriculture as the last resort. Stephen mentioned that a few of us would prefer to go to other institutions and learn all sorts of things. There's artificial intelligence now, there's machine learning now, but do we know that all those innovations can be applied in agriculture? Some of us are learning those in school, but we are learning to apply it in different industry. How about you put that same knowledge and innovation and channel it through agriculture for us to address this particular problem that we are having here? 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa, but less than 10% of digital penetration in rural agriculture. That is key. That is critical. If some of us have not sat down to think about how urgent this is, maybe this presentation will let you know the importance. We are in a state of emergency, and we need digital tools. We need innovation. Okay. I'm not sure how this works, but for some reason, okay, all right. I think we've gone through the story of Farmer Line already, but we started off with seeing and listening to the farmer. What did we see? We saw the farmers that were lacking access to information to grow the food well. Like I said, today, if you want to know how to grow maize without being in the agriculture industry, you can just pick up your phone and go to Google and search for it. And then before you realize, you're growing something in your backyard farming. But majority of the people that are growing our food today did not and do not have access to the information that they need to grow our food well. So we listened to that, and then we built innovations around their problems. What are some of the innovations? Access to information in their own local languages. I cannot go to Kumasi, a village somewhere, and then I start speaking English. Some may understand, but I want them to understand it in their local context and then apply it. So we listened to that, and we build innovations, currently speaking 42 African languages. Ghana has over 60 languages. We are catching up. We have some few more to go. Hopeful to catch up with all. We have other global languages as well. And that is how you listen to a farmer. And this was built with the use of a helpline, IVR, interactive voice responses, and artificial intelligence. So you see, that can be applied in this sector as well. What do we use artificial intelligence for? We use that to translate those languages from several forms, whether English, Swahili, Portuguese, French, back into your own local context. Twi, Ga, Hausa, Frafra, Dagati, Dagari, all the languages that we have here in Ghana, DALI can help you do that. All right, so from Align, we have a huge intelligent platform. It's called Merge Data. Within it, there are several models. So it's like a mother and 5 children, okay? So today I'll just show you about 3 of them and what they have done so far. So our intelligence platform is currently being used in about 50 countries across the globe. It is a software, so you don't really have to do much. All you need to do is subscribe to it, and then you have access to it through partnership. I'm sure we will get there very soon, and then we'll speak about how partnership has been helping us with these innovations. Right. We started operations in 2013. So, all right, we've been operating for the past 12 years. And 12 years of listening to farmers, 12 years of ensuring that we are applying the best of solution for them. This is the impact that we've come up with so far. We are supporting 2.3 million farmers out of listening. We currently have finance off our own balance sheet, $40 million worth of input and asset, as WFP mentioned. And through partnership, now we are unlocking $140 million in financing to support with innovation within the agriculture space. So there are a few statistics in here as well. I don't need to run through it. I think I've mentioned quite a few. But the most important thing is we have farmers that are listening to the AI feature in their local languages. Currently, 8.6 million interactions are happening on the platform. That means we have a massive number of farmers that are trying to get information in their local languages to apply on the farms. This thing is off again. All right, so I just put this here for the purposes of those who want to try out how the local languages work. It's in voice and also works in chat. So we didn't just build it for the smallholder farmer. We also thought about the various agribusinesses that need innovation. So you can scan that QR code over there, and then it will take you to the same component of accessing information in your local languages on WhatsApp for the convenience sake. I'm not sure why this is taking me. Okay, so these are some of the tools that we have that have been supporting agribusinesses so far. So we have something that we call Grow MD. The name speaks for itself, trying to help agribusinesses move from the paper way of operating, digitizing your operation, connecting your shops, and potentially connecting you to finance. If you go to a bank today and you want us to finance you, you will need to provide some form of who you are. And that's what we make it easier for your businesses. We take that information and we use that to run the credit score, and then we finance you. I mentioned we've done by ourselves $40 million. And because we put our skin in the game, now we do work with partnership. A lot of financial institutions that are currently unlocking $140 million to support the ecosystem. We are not an island, so we cannot do it alone. We do this through partnership. We work with WFP, we've worked with FAO, we partner with KIC, and a few other partners that we've been working with so far to come up with and scale this beautiful innovation. So if you're here and you want to partner with Farmerline, I'm sure we can have a conversation after this. So what do I mean by that? In short, this is just some few impact analysis of farmers that have benefited from our innovation. So we want to make sure that every farmer is using the turquoise. So if you can see that tall one here, or the one on the left, the turquoise blue, those are farmers that are accessing information and financing from us. And that is how far they're going with income and yield estimates. We don't want to leave the ones that are not benefiting, but we can't do it alone. We can do it through partnership to find where those farmers are. Okay, so in summary, basically what we are saying is Farmerline has built and is building the foundation for youth-led agricultural ecosystem. But the ecosystem is huge. There's so much innovation that we need to come up. We need to work with a lot of partners. So, like I said, if you're here and you want to work and collaborate with us, now is the time because we are in a state of emergency. Let's leverage through this partnership and ensure food security and stop importing, what's the name of the meat you mentioned? Yamade, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita. I think we can do better, please. Okay. All right, so we are going to the second part of our session, which is a panel discussion. So I'm pleased to invite the following people who are at the forefront of technology innovation in Africa. We have Kojo Kizito Wasungu. He's the Business Development Manager of Agro Innova. Agro Innova, please, a round of applause as we welcome him. So Kojo, you can take the first seat in the middle. All right, thanks. The second person is Nana Ajman Prempe. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Grow For Me, Ghana. Nana, welcome. We also have Atokwamena Mensah, who is the Chief Executive Officer of LBH. Please, Nana, join us. Kojo. Then our last panel member is going to join online, and I guess he's already ready for us. Desmond Kone is the Chief Executive Officer of Complete Farmer. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the panels that we have, and we can begin. Before I even take my seat, I hope you all have your mic around. Do you have one here? Okay, so let me put this one for you here. All right, thank you. Come again? Oh, okay. Sorry, Anita, you will have to come back. Please, a round of applause for Anita. Thank you so much. All right, so at least Anita has given us a background of what they are doing in the space when it comes to transforming agricultural systems using digital tools. Perhaps we'd also want to understand what you guys are up to in that space. Just a bit of a gist in terms of what you are doing in the space. Thank you. Nana, starting with you.
Thank you very much, Bashir, and allow me to thank the organizers, especially my boss, Ben, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all. My name is Nana. What I do is simple. I allow people who have small money to invest in agriculture wherever they are in the world. And when they do that, I allow the farmers to get the needed inputs, and then finally, I find a market for them to sell their harvest. So you can call me a digital farmer. That's fine. Thank you.
A digital farmer indeed. Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Bashiru. I'm Kizito Wasungu from Agro Innova. Again, thank you to KIC for the opportunity. This conversation is very important, and I'm grateful to be part of it. So at Agro Innova, what we do is simple. We want to provide digital tools for farmers to be able to keep track of daily activities on their farm, to store data, to be able to take data-driven decisions concerning their businesses. We also provide them with inputs that they need to improve productivity and efficiency. Also, our tools are very farmer-centered and very resilient in terms of allowing farmers to adapt to climate change and be able to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. We also provide access to readily available market for farmers through simple technology like USSD, where farmers are connected to ready markets and consumers as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers of this event, KIC. I mean, I stand here as one of the beneficiaries of the programs they've been organizing. And I think without their support, it would have taken us maybe 5+ years to be where we are today. So a big thank you to KIC. And so I'm Atokwamina Mensah, one of the co-founders and CEO at LBH. At LBH, what we are doing is simple. Myself, I'm a third-generation poultry farmer. My grandfather, who passed away 2 years ago, was 2003 best Central Region best cocoa farmer. I remember going to school. We had a chance to apply for Cocoa Board scholarship, and I was denied. Right, and for me, it was, I mean, I was going to read science anyway, so I had no idea. Life during university would bring me back to agriculture, and reflecting on what they used to do. So when it got to my turn to launch my poultry farm business, I mean, I struggled to get finance, and that was what drove me to the former Dean of Agriculture at Legon back then, and my journey at LBH began. And we realized farmers need access to all sort of support, right? From inputs to small machinery, to irrigation, to access to markets, to information, and you find out that, and most of these farmers have been doing what they are doing for years, right? Most of them 20+ years, 5, 15, they have land. And yet information, it's difficult to get any real relevant information on what they do. So I took a trip, I think around 2022, to one farming community at Bechim to meet with an agri director. We spoke and we met some farmers, and it was all around, we need access to this and that. And as a level 400 student, I took all that insights and I went to ADB. Because at the back of my mind, I'm like, if farmers need loans, we should go to ADB. Unbeknownst to me, I couldn't even get to the door because they looked at me, scribbled notes from farmers in my diary, and they were like, I should go compile it and come back. I compiled, came back, nothing came out of it. And that was when I heard of what Kosmos Innovation Center was doing. I applied, and the solution we got to, which is what we've built today, is a farmer management software for local aggregators. Right. What you realize is the food that we produce, people are financing it. And most of these people, I think they are market women and traders who give farmers some money to grow the food. And at the end of the cycle, they can't pick it up. And what we've helped them to do is a simple farmer management tool where our mobile app is offline friendly, where field officers, and to date, we've even partnered with MOFA in certain communities, where we have over 23 field officers who are able to go register a farmer and performing KYCs on the farmers, map their farmlands, and on our digital dashboard, any stakeholder can follow what the farmers are doing. And one important tool we've released now is what we call the LBH cycles, where every farmer that's cultivating, you can set their start date, and then from that, based on their crop type and variety, you know their harvest date. And at harvest, you can print a QR code and put it on your product's label, providing traceability and visibility for everyone. And when you scan that QR code, what you can show is the farmer, the name of the farmer, the location of their farmland, the start date of their commodity, and the harvest date, and the inputs that went into growing this. And it's also supposed to help us. I mean,
I think.
I know I'm taking.
Yeah. We'll come back to you.
But yeah, that's just a summary of what we've been doing. Thanks so much.
Sure. Thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you. That sounds very interesting. Now let's hear Desmond. Desmond, please tell us what your organization is about.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear, please.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity to Cosmos and to the organizers. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Basically still on having some work engagements that took me out of Ghana. At Complete Farmer, also started within the Cosmos incubation program. We are a business that have evolved a lot. But what we primarily do is we connect smallholder farmers to international markets. And what we do to enable that is we work with these farmers. We give them all the agronomic guidance, all the inputs that they need, and we build a supply chain that allows them to be able to export their commodities to different regions in the world. And what I mean by building the supply chain is from the farm gates all the way to the export markets, everything happens on the Complete Farmer platform. So looking forward to the conversation and yeah, also learning from my colleagues on stage.
Thank you so much, Desmond. So to start with you, Nana, I think you have been in the space for some time. Quite a lot we hear, farmers complain. We don't have access to fertilizer. We don't have access to inputs. Things are not working. There is no market. So how is your product offering really supporting farmers, especially smallholder farmers that we have in the different geographies of our country, to be able to access some of these timely interventions from your products? So how are you, what kind of services are you providing to some of these farmers to be able to up their game? If I may start with you. Yes.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. So yesterday I was in a farm in Takpili, walking through like maybe 1 inch of water, assessing the farm and seeing that the farmers needed, chemicals to spray and keep the weeds down. And on my own, in my wallet, I don't have the money to provide it. But what my colleagues did was that we realized people had some income where they could afford to spend close to 2,500 cedis in an investment, averagely. So what we did was to build a platform, which I would like all of you to try it out. It's on MTN Mobile Money. Just dial *170#, and then select option 5, 4, and 3. So what we built, that platform embedded in Momo, to enable people to invest directly in agriculture. So with as small as 2,500 cedis, you could buy the chemicals needed to spray. You could pay for the plowing services. You could also pay for the threshers that would thresh their harvest. And finally, you could also pay for the storage or restoring the warehouse that is not used in your community. So basically, our platform connects regular people, like everyone sitting here, to investable agricultural assets. Now, that's to the first question of inputs. So it's important you try it. If you don't try it, you won't understand what I'm saying. So dial the code and try it. The second part has to do with farmers accessing market. So we only felt this pain after the first year when we had deployed input financing and we struggled to sell. So what we did was not just to solve it for ourselves by finding the big buyers in the market like Arasa and so on, but we decided to digitize the process of helping farmers to know there's money to pay them, the location where the money is, and getting the ability to know the price at which they'll be paid if they get there. So once again, we built a platform that sits on Momo, once again, MTN Mobile Money, that allows the farmer to know that, okay, I'm in North region. Within the Gushegu warehouse, there's almost 500,000 cedis available, and I can go and sell. Literally, he can see that money, and he's able to see how much he'll be paid if he goes there. And I think what has happened since we launched that is the money always gets finished under a week. You deploy maybe 1 million cedis on a warehouse, Gushegu, and farmers sell and the money runs out. And now we are aggressively been looking for more money to put there. So that's how we solve for Ready Market. And the last one, which I'll bundle the last ones together because there are about 9 services on MTN directly for smallholder farmers. So the last set of services which I'll bundle together include access to tractors, which is the most painful problem. Now farmers don't, you said that farmers don't have access to tractors, so farmers are able to request for access to tractors. And there are a few tractor owners who have tractors that we've been able to connect with. We're able to route these requests to them. Access to training in their local languages. So we're actually having a conversation with FarmerLine about enabling our farmers to access their service. And also access to financial services. I mean, literally, savings, loans, investments, all built into an ecosystem where the farmer can go to one place and access all. So this is how our technology has simply
enabled currently about 33,000 farmers. Out of the 90,000 farmers that are on our platform, being able to serve just 33,000, because serving them means raising more capital. So I hope it gives you a clearer picture.
Thanks so much. I think my audience is also enjoying, the episode, the kind of product offerings that you have at the moment that the farmers are taking advantage of. Let me focus my attention now on Kojo. Kojo, kindly walk us through some of the products that you have that the farmers are benefiting from at the moment as we speak. Thank you.
So what we are doing is similar to my colleagues here. So we started with technology to help farmers, like I said, and be able to take data-driven decisions. Along the line, as we deploy these technologies, we realized that there were other serious pain points the farmer needed to solve, immediately, such as, like he said, access to readily available markets, inputs. So we decided to develop technologies, simple farmer-centered technologies that can help our farmers in that line. So we have now a cocoa market, which is a marketplace powered by a simple USSD technology, similar to what he has. We have a dashboard we use to manage requests that come in from both farmers and consumers. Farmers can request or apply to get inputs, also sell their produce as well. The pain points of the farmer, as we can clearly see, has to do with being able to increase production or be efficient. So we also have sort of an input financing model which is barter-based. So what do I mean? A farmer can request for, let's say, a poultry farm. We are very heavy in the poultry industry because we want to create a sort of a complete loop where we offer support to farmers across the entire cycle or the value chain. So a poultry farmer can access the old chicks from us because we are also working with grain and other farmers, crop farmers. We are able to source soybean, maize, and also give to these farmers without necessarily taking money. And when they are produced, in this case, their birds, the broilers are ready within 6 to 7 weeks. We again lift them up because we have contracts with institutions, or should I say businesses like Malcolm, Marina Mall, and I dare say that we are the largest producer of fresh, not frozen, fresh chicken in Ghana currently. So we are able to then lift this product, process, and sell to these supermarkets. So you can see that we are involved in almost every bit of the journey with the farmer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kojo. Now let me go to Ato. Ato, you will agree with me that we have a number of technologies, in the space. But the biggest challenge we have is with the adoption of these technologies so that we can really bring about the change that we want to see. As some of these technologies are out there, I want to believe probably a few farmers, sort of understand, the nature of this technology and where to access it and how to utilize it. Now, what advice do you have, for most of us here who for the very first time are hearing this? How can we be more adoptive, or how can we learn of your technologies? Or what can you do really to be able to improve the adoption of your technologies out there? Any ideas for us?
Thank you.
Sure.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, Bashir, for the question. I'll piggyback off what Anita shared.
I think you have to get the mic closer to you. Hi.
Thank you, Bashir, for the question. I'll piggyback off what Anita shared during the presentation, which is you want to build an app for farmers. No internet connectivity. They are not tech savvy. They don't even own a smartphone. Right, so I'll start from what we have built. Our platform is not farmer focused. It's an agent-driven platform, right? So no farmer uses our platform. What they get is an LBH ID card, which has a unique 16-digit code for each farmer. But the number of data points we have on each farmer would marvel you. We have over 60 different data points on each farmer we work with. And so I was mentioning earlier that we even had a partnership with MOFA in about 7 different districts in Ghana. So what we did is, you know how MOFA operates. MOFA has agric offices in almost all major farming communities. And in this model, they have agric extension officers who are trained, who are supposed to go provide, let's say, first aid to farmers when they need any advice. And after my first trip to Bechem, that was evident to me that these guys are rather more tech savvy. They have been to school. They understand. Most of them have been trained on agronomy practices and whatnot. So we leverage on, let's say, what Uber has built, right? Our platform, our agent app, the agents can download the app. We have modules. It's available on Play Store now. I mean, anybody can also Google LBH Desktop on Play Store and you can get access to it. The first module is farmer profiling. It takes less than 2 minutes to profile a farmer. And from that, it's offline friendly. So they can profile a farmer without internet. And when they get to a place where there's internet connectivity, they can push that data to the cloud, to our agricultural information management system, where all the stakeholders are onboarded. Right? So because for farmers to use the technology, things have to catch up, which is internet connectivity. I don't have the money to go build internet poles at Bechem, right? So while we are waiting, what can we do now? So that's why we took this approach. Then we have the field data. These field officers are already visiting the farmers, supposed to deliver advice. What we've done now is, now if you visit any farmer, you can scan their 16-digit code. There's a QR code version where you can scan if there's internet. But if there's no internet, you can simply enter the 16-digit code, and it will auto-validate with the farmer's name, meaning you cannot just input data for anyone. You need to be in contact with the farmer to enter that data, to validate it. And what that will allow you is, if you went there to supervise if the farmer has performed a task like plowing or maybe first fertilizer application, you can record that as of when it happened. And the agent, we give the agent the tools to even rate the farmer on how they've performed it. And they can take pictures to even complement satellite imagery. So that if you are sitting in Accra, or let's say, I also receive financing from, let's say, Temple Investments or FNB, that we are working together on this project, they can all follow real-time tracking on what is happening on the farm in Bechem. We don't have to travel there. And even if we need to travel there to do any audit, we have data we can compare to that. On our system here, this is what it says. And it will shock you to say every farmer has like an account with us. It's not tied to any bank, but then every input given is recorded as first input and also expenditure for the farmer. And if it's a grant given, we also capture that. And if the farmer bought the input, we capture that under self-finance. And every harvest of farmer is recorded as revenue so that we can bring visibility to what the activities farmers are doing. Because they also spend money. But here's the case, they do all this and they can't even find who to partner with. So my advice would be, first listen, like Anita said. There are people that have also done this. There are people with some insights on how to do this. You don't have to build first and ask later, because there are things that won't work, right? I'm at a point, I think I'm the youngest company here, but I'm at a point where you tell me you have an app for farmer in certain regions, I know it's a lie, right? Especially in certain value chains, I know it's a lie. farmers are not using any apps. But then there are other ways we can help gather that same information that's needed to drive decision making and also drive investment. That can work. And one example is what we've done. Thank you.
Impressive. Yeah, Kojo, you want to come in? Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's interesting saying that farmers don't use apps. I understand where it's coming from because, like I said, majority are not tech savvy and access, like I said, to smartphones. But the data shows that penetration has increased to about 40%. So what we do is to enable farmers who are using phones, be it smartphone or feature phone, to be able to still access technology. So as he said, we also have a USSD platform. So just by simply dialing a code, *71383#, the farmer can interact with consumers, input suppliers. So I believe that simplicity is the key. Simplicity, reliability. If your app is simple and farmer friendly, and it provides reliability in terms of the farmer being able to meet the basic needs of inputs markets, then I would say it will be successful.
Thank you so much. Let me now move my attention to Anita. Anita, let me paint a picture of a scenario, then probably you can come in to tell us how you can change that narrative for us. My grandmother in the village is a farmer. Now, she has to wait for the market days in her village to be able to sell. Even if she wants to, she can only sell at a particular time in the year. Now, the other point is that when she takes her produce to the market on the market day, she has to find a way to sell. Otherwise, there will be chaos in the house. She has to sell because she has to wait for a whole week to sell her produce. Meaning that if she doesn't sell, she can only come back to the market the following week. Because of that, she is forced to sell at a throwaway price, basically. She doesn't make any money, but then because of the narrative, the mindset of a subsistence farmer, what she's selling is more or less like a surplus. Now, she treks a very long distance to go to that, market to be able to access it, which is not given because there are ups and downs in the market. With your platform, the Farmerland platform, how can you help my grandmother to be able to change her narrative? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. That's an interesting question and story. It may sound like you created the story, but that's a reality that people are actually experiencing. If you've not had the chance to be in the most rural part of agriculture, you don't get to see some of these things that you're talking about. When Nana was speaking, he said that yesterday you were in the farm walking through some 1-inch flood. I'm guessing it's a rice farm, obviously. Right. So what our platform does is, and again, I'll connect it to what you said, it's about simplicity. So your grandmother doesn't need to move an inch to be able to sell what she has already harvested. She doesn't need to go through any rigorous platform to access a smartphone because it's your grandmother. She doesn't even know how to find her way around. So our platform is just like when you go to the United States, any 90-year-old, any 100-year-old that is living alone, which is very common in the Western world, that a lot of these old people live alone. When they have a problem, they don't call their children. They call 911, and then they get the support. That is what our platform is. It's like creating a whole ecosystem where farmers can access the information. So in your grandmother's context, she wants access to market information. I have harvested 10 bags of maize, and she wants to speak probably Ewe or Hausa. So she dialed that 911. In Ghana, we have a unique 911 like that, but in our context, it's 399. So your grandmother can dial 399 and then speak to it in her local languages and communicate what she wants. I've harvested this number of bags. I'm here in this particular location, and I want someone to buy from us. when I was speaking, and again, I think almost every speaker here has been talking about partnership, which is key. We find you the market. Farmerline can call Nana and say, listen, there's this farmer here that we finance, we've done this, reached out to us, they have this number of maize. Do you need them? Can you go and get them? She doesn't need to move an inch. She doesn't have to trek all the way carrying her bags, and I'm assuming she may have to carry them one after the other. Health-wise is not good. Nana will go all the way to the community and buy, or alternatively, direct her to the nearest warehouse that all she has to go and do is dump her produce, leave every bag there, take her money, and go back home or go back to the farm and cultivate more. It gives her that level of comfort and assurance that I did 5 bags. When I do 10 bags, I can call back Farmerline, who would help me be able to sell it. Now, the interesting thing is, as much as we are helping you to sell that produce, we are giving you access to a platform where you can call back and ask information. The system works that once you call just once, the language that you spoke, we will reach back out to you. It's automated system. Every information, whether advisory, it will send it to you in that local language that you selected, unless you go back and change it. The language that you selected, it will send you a message when it's going to rain, whatever that's going to happen. It's going to rain today, it's going to rain in 2 weeks' time, so you have an idea of when to go and plant again. It continuously sends you market information that you did. We remember that you called our platform and then we sold maize for you at 500 cedis per bag. I'm just using that as an example. This is the current rate as it stands now. Do you still have more that you want to sell? And then you can go through the process. So it's about simplicity, and it's about giving them convenience to be able to create wealth.
Thank you so much. That was very superb. Now, to Desmond. Desmond, there are a lot of issues coming from the youth that they are not, some of these technologies are not user-friendly, or they are not simply aware of some of these technologies. But here's the fact that we are talking about the unemployment numbers in the country, which looks a bit scary. So, using your platform, how do you think we can integrate youth into your platform such that they are able to create job opportunities for themselves? What do you proffer? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think a complete farmer, what we aim to really do is to help farmers access premium markets. And the way we do is by not just building the technology, but also building the infrastructure that enables trade. So when you speak to most farmers, and in like the example you gave earlier, a big part of the problem is market access. If farmers are able to have access to the markets, it gives them access to capital. It gives them, if they have access to capital, it gives them access to technology. If they have access to technology, they are able to make better yields, and then that's how the cycle goes. What we do at Complete Farmer in terms of building the infrastructure is we want to make it possible for anyone to become a farmer. And hence the name Complete Farmer. So part of the things we've done is to reduce agriculture. So reducing the bottleneck, what do I mean? A Complete Farmer, we work with any farmer, not just smallholder farmers. And we've built our technology to have different interfaces. So we have the web application, the mobile application, a USSD application, an IVR application, such that whether you're a commercial farmer, whether you're a smallholder farmer, or whether you now want to go into agriculture, you are able to have access into the value chain. Now, what we've also done is one of the biggest bottlenecks is land. And what we've done over the last few years is to create what we call land banks in different communities or in different places. These land banks basically are places where we have like 2,000 acres or 3,000 acres of land, where anyone who wants to farm can come on our platform and say, look, I want to get into agriculture, I don't have land. You can lease land from the land bank. You only have to pay for a year and start your agricultural production. And not just that, once you are located at the land bank, everything from mechanization services to market access will be provided for you at the land bank. And we have a lot of like customers, both abroad and local, who are taking advantage of this to get into agriculture. For farmers that we work with in our land bank system, we also help them get certification. So whether it's getting organic certification or global gap certification, we work with these farmers to be able to get this certification. We also started something called the Farm Managers Academy. Our Farm Managers Academy is to basically bridge the gap for people who want to go into commercial farming. And what we've done is to partner with a lot of the agri training institutions to make sure that on our production protocols to be able to manage farms of people or these individuals on the platform. So you could get into agriculture by owning your own farm or even being a farm manager for someone else as well. And as a platform that enables cross-border trade for agricultural produce, we've built fulfillment centers in different locations. Currently, we have 6 fulfillment centers in Ghana, and by the end of the year, we will be adding another 6 more. And at these fulfillment centers is where we do most of the post-harvest processing. So Complete Farmer isn't just the tech interface, but after we work with farmers, we make sure that the products that we collect, we take to a fulfillment center, we make sure it's export ready at the fulfillment centers. And so if you're someone who is into post-harvest technologies or you study post-harvest technologies and you are looking to find where you could apply that, that could be your entry into agriculture as well, or in that aspect of the value chain. We are also helping.
Hello, Desmond. I think the IT support you did to help us. Desmond is still talking now.
Buying from farmers
Sure.
and working with farmers, we are also able to allow that. So I think our platform really helps to, depending on which level in the value chain you want to enter into, whether you want to be a farmer, you want to be a farm manager, you want to be an agent who works with farmers, or you want to even run a micro fulfillment centers. This is something that Complete Farmer makes it possible.
Thank you so much, Desmond. So we have just been prompted to wrap up. Now, I think I want to do something for my audience, which if you look at the age demographics, you may think that they are mostly youth. So Nana, I would want you to look into their eyes and tell them, where are the jobs going to come from? I mean, where should they put their best bet in terms of the job opportunities that they can also plug in? A number of them, I think some of them are in school, others are planning to do some kind of a side business. So where are the jobs? I mean, in that digital space that we are talking about, can you offer 1 or 2 areas where if they are so interested, they may want to sort of navigate that and be able to get something out of it?
Thank you. I'll keep this brief so that my colleagues can speak. First of all, if you are interested in core production, there's too much work available, too much. So leave Accra and go to the production areas. Trust me, you get a lot of work. There's too much work if you are interested in the production area. If you don't like to be on the farm, which I know some people don't, and you want to be still in the industry, look for the services around agriculture. When I say services around, anything around agriculture, from financing, sales, customer support, technology, anything around it. In my company, we have people who raise capital. they were trained as agricultural science students, but today they raise capital from retail investors. They are not on the farm. I also have people who are agriculture students who are on the farm. So either you're on the production level or the services. And the services also include value addition, like processing. So I'll encourage you to do one thing. After this, sit down, just look at the value chain and say where your heart is, and then go and pursue that. Thank you.
Okay, same question, yeah. Thank you. So I want to be very practical with this. So the government just launched the Akoko Nkiti project, and I dare say that it offers a very good opportunity for young people who want to venture into agric. I believe that the vision is to hopefully within the shortest possible time stop the import of the frozen chicken. At Agro Innova, we can help you throughout the cycle. So input support, DOCs, we don't leave you. When it's ready after 6 to 7 weeks, we'll pick your produce and give you money. So you don't need money to start. Okay. Also, I agree with him that across the entire value chain, there is something you can do. So look at where your interest lies. Capital is a bit of a problem, but I believe that with the right vision, or I'll say plan, business plan, you can get support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I guess the same question also applies to you. You just walk us through what are the opportunities in there. But I think, let me speak the mind of somebody who is just saying, where is the money? I mean, where is the most lucrative part of that value chain that you are talking about? We want that sweet spot. We don't want to do everything. We want where the money is. So walk us through if you have some ideas to share.
Where is the money? Okay. You are the money. Yes, that's my answer. You are the money. You have access to a network that would show you where the money is. You know why? Because if you're here today, you already have an idea that you want to birth out. It's just like a woman being pregnant. You walk about, you see us with that belly. But the moment you go into contraction, the baby is pushing you, so you want to go to the labor ward. This is your labor ward. This is your network. Now, almost everybody, all of us sitting here, there's 5 of us. You can, based on the submission, you can hear the synergies. Someone may say, but you're doing the same thing. No. We're doing similar things, but we still rely on each other. Because today, if I train a farmer, I need to connect them to market for someone to sell. Then I make my impact and I make my money. So it's about the idea you have, and then you connect with partnership. It's a network. I've met Nana, I've met Agri Innova, I've met Complete Farmer a number of times, and we work together. So tap into the network that you have, birth out that idea, collaborate on what you cannot create immediately. You may not have that large capital to go and build a whole platform that has been built for 12 years. We've tested it, we've run through the pain. So tap along and then birth out your idea. Use the systems that are already available. Go out in your own brand before you realize you're making the money.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting. Somebody spoke. I think, let me tell you, when you whisper, I can hear you. When you whisper in the crowd, I can hear you. Somebody is asking that, for instance, some of the opportunities we are talking about would require some initial capital. Now, where am I going to get the initial capital to begin the business for you to now come in and support? Just to you, Ato, if you are able to support us. Before then, I think you have a very burning something to add, eh? Yeah. Okay, so please come in before. Sure. Yeah.
So currently, for instance, you want to suggest short code, star 713, if you much.
Sorry, again, the number again. Please, are you writing those numbers down?
Star 713, star 83 hash, and then select the Akukosika model.
Somebody at the back did not get it. Yes.
Star 713.
Star 713.
Star 83 hash.
Star 83 hash.
And go for the Akukosika model. So money from checks if you want to use your chicken. So yes, we will support you with everything you need from start to finish, and we are also going to help you to sell off your produce when you're ready. So register.
Just to add a little to it, I wasn't going to say this, but the truth is that the money is in buying and selling. So go and look for markets. Go to your area. Make a list of 100 people who need chicken or who need maize or rice. And then source from as many places. Because all the companies who are on the stage, who I know personally, they do a lot of buying and selling from farmers. So I just put it out there. Marketing is the biggest opportunity in the agric industry. Thank you.
I'll be very brief, some few seconds to add to what Nana is saying. The money is in the buy and selling. You may also be having an idea of building your system. Like I said, join systems that are available. So they've given you short codes that you can download. You have your iPhone, your Google Play Store. For us as Farmerline, we have, I mentioned a few. We have GrowMD, we have Just Farm. Just Farm. That's the name, Just Farm. You can go on there, download it, and use it. It's for free. You're not paying for it. If you want to go and buy a coupon kit and then you want to digitize your own operation and do something, you want to work with LBH, you need to have access to a system that you can say it is yours. You're not paying for it. Just use it to make your money, to buy and then sell.
Okay. Yes, Atu.
I think great submission from most of my folks here. I mean, I'd say lead with passion, right? It's amazing we are having this conversation at University of Ghana, right? 3 years ago, this is where I graduated, right? And I did computer science. My co-founder did computer science. My COO did economics and business. We are not from we didn't study anything in agriculture. I'd say the way, I think, markets by itself, it aggregates around where there's need and demand, right? I realized after school, one of the things that used to scare me the most was I didn't want to go get a job, right? And I would like spend hours and hours researching, looking at what I would do. And one of those nights, I landed on KIC's website, right? And I realized, okay, they have this program. And that's when somebody mentioned free money, right? You want to start a business, there are people called investors. Grants, they are giving you money. And so, yeah, I remember the first time I went to KIC, I walked to KIC, and the executive man told me, no, I'm like, I'm here for this program. The executive man told me, no, you can't enter. Go to our website and apply. I'm like, I can't apply. He's like, wait, we'll open it up. Then I wanted to look through if somebody else was there to tell them, look, this is my idea, like, can you sit me down, let's talk. And I mean, eventually they opened it up, I applied and whatnot. So I'd say, you don't have to force yourself to do anything now. I mean, follow your curiosity. The opportunities will follow because you don't have to do anything in agric. That's the truth. Opportunities will come if you are smart, if this is what you really want to do. Look at people who are already doing it. I think many of us also have opportunities where you can do internships and even understand, right? I think 2 weeks ago, that's one thing I was mentioning. If I had a chance to go intern at Farmerline, it would have really, really expedite my journey. Even though I've been here for 3 years, in operations for 2 years, right? And we are serving 19 cooperatives with 70,000 farmers. I still feel I could have done 100,000 plus by now. So just learn, be curious, opportunities are there. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, thanks so much, thanks so much. Maybe we just give Desmond the last opportunity for you to also share the opportunities in the ag sector that the youth can take advantage of.
All right, thank you very much. What I'd like to start saying, but I would like to start by saying, look, guys, agric is very hard. I think people usually see construction or manufacturing as the hard industries. Agric in Ghana is very hard, but it's the most rewarding industry in our parts. I'm currently here in Abu Dhabi and at a GCF conference. So GCF is Global Climate Fund. It's one of the biggest investors globally when it comes to funding agric. And they are looking for businesses to fund. They are saying, look, we are not finding as many businesses at the grassroots. And I was really surprised to hear that today, like there is a 80 or 80 plus billion fund that is somewhere looking for grassroots solutions to be able to fund and invest in. But I think one of the presenters said something which was very profound is, we see the businesses, but we don't find investable entrepreneurs. And I would like to say, look, for anyone who is looking to explore opportunities in agriculture, you need to be someone who is investable. Before you have a business that's investable, before you come up with a unique business model or an idea, are you yourself investable? Would someone take a bet on you and say, look, I think for myself and all the panelists on stage, someone decided to take a bet on us. And I'm sure there was something that they saw. I think someone mentioned passion, someone mentioned the determination to start. But you need to ask yourself the question, am I someone who has demonstrated that I'm investable to take up this opportunity? Because the money is there. Like, people are here looking for people to give money to, right? So the money is there. It's hard to find good people or people with the character to then invest in. So I would say there are many. Agriculture in itself is the longest value chain, from inputs, primary production, post-harvest, trading and marketing. There are many opportunities along the value chain. But then you need to make sure you're an investable entrepreneur to take advantage of these opportunities.
Thank you so much, Desmond. This is what time will allow us, and I want to believe you have enjoyed the session. The network begins now. Please, as they come out, kindly take their contacts. You can continue the discussion even outside of this room. We want to take the opportunity to thank all our panelists for making the time to be here. I really enjoyed the session, and I look forward to more of it in the future. Thank you so much, my audience.
Thank you, Bash and team. We want you to take a group picture. So, Bash, please take a photo with your panelists. Bashiru Dokurugu from Accra. I got the name right this time, right? Thank you so much. Because of time, I didn't allow questions for this session. But Nana, Kojo, all of them will be here. Anita, they are all here. So you can engage them. And the good news is that we are going to have a proper lunch today. So during lunch, you can engage them. If you have any questions, if you have any business to do with them, you can talk to them. Photographers, when you are done, you let me know. Okay. Now, Nana said that when it comes to agric, sales is one of the places we all need to look at. I 100% agree with him. Sales is great, but we should all not forget that production is what keeps the cycle moving. If we don't produce, you cannot sell. If people are not producing, aggregators cannot aggregate, input suppliers cannot supply inputs, mechanization people cannot do processes. So, and production is the most difficult part of agric. But if you want to get in, you can start from sales, build on your capital and make money, and go into production for the long term, right? So it's one of the things to do. And Desmond also said that people think construction and all those things are the difficult industries. But agric is actually the most difficult, because agric takes infrastructure, construction, and everything before you get into production. So if you want to do agric, know that that's one of the most difficult things you are going to do. I'll give you a simple example of a project I'm trying to do. I'm trying to develop 500 acres of land for coconut, right? Now, 500 acres of land is about cantonments plus a bit of laboni, so it's quite big. Now, before you do that, you need to build your road to the land. You need a bulldozer and a grader and a compactor. Then you need to clear your land. You need access to water. You need housing for your staff because you cannot travel 10 kilometers in and out every day, right? You need water, so you drill boreholes. You need electricity. You won't be able to get electricity on site, so you have to get solar. So by the time you plant your first seedling, you should have done all these things. But it's difficult. But once you do it, in 5, 6, 7 years, usika ye bro, you will not respect anybody because you have money. So psych yourself up that you will start. And you always have to start and scale gradually, right? Like people say, I started with 1 chicken, when I started with 1 acre. I'm now developing. So start with sales if you can, aggregate, sell, make money, invest your profits into actual production, and keep the cycle moving. Now, the next session is one of my favorite because it's one of the things I am targeting to do, food processing. And this conversation has some of the people who are very experienced in this. Talk of Blue Skies, talk of Eden Tree. Look, if you go to the supermarkets to buy stuff, the probability that your fresh vegetables and fruits are from Eden Tree is like 99%, right? And CSR has also been leading the innovation in food research. A lot of the products you see, they were developed at CSR, Food Research Institute, and a lot of the entrepreneurs jumped on. And then we also have Promasidor also on this particular session. Now, our moderator is also somebody very experienced in the area. So please help me invite the External Relations and Special Projects Lead at AmCham, Jane Ochre Aduachi, to moderate this session. It's going to take 45 minutes. After this session, we'll go for lunch, and then we'll come back for the master class on food preservation by CSIR, Food Research Institute.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. It's been a very interesting session. It's been very exciting listening to all what agriculture is doing. Unfortunately, Nana is out of here because I put down some point. He said there's too much work here, and then he also said money is in buying and selling. So guys, I think you should go after him. There's so much he can do. So good morning, distinguished guests, panelists, and participants. It's a privilege to welcome you to day 2 of the AIA Conference, hosted by the conference, the Kosmos Innovation Center. Thank you, Kosmos, for this one. As we've been here, we have heard so much what Agric is doing. I'm sure most of us wouldn't actually know so much if we were not here, right? Are we learning so much here? Yes. Thank you, Kosmos. So, as you may be aware, agriculture remains the backbone of many African economies. Yet, the true potential of agric is not realized. Creating jobs and all of that is not realized. So we are here today, this morning, to actually discuss and walk through what all the benefits you can receive from agriculture. I am here with my distinguished panel of experts and professionals. These are practitioners who bring in-depth knowledge from the value chain. Without too much time, I know we don't have much time, so we'll go straight to this discussion, and then we'll be looking at how innovation can also transform and help agriculture into proper goods. So how are we going to use raw materials? How will innovation help to transform raw materials into good products? That's what we are going to discuss. So without wasting my time, in no particular order, I invite here Mr. Alistair Jamate. Please, let's welcome them. He is the head of foundation and corporate affairs at Blue Skies, where he leads community development, stakeholder engagement, and CSR initiative focused on education. Welcome, sir. We welcome here again Professor Charles Toto. Professor Charles is the Director and Chief Research Scientist, CSR. His research interests are in value addition and on food crops. Welcome, sir. We also welcome Parkwesi Forsen, Mr. Parkwesi Forsen from Promisidor. He is the Corporate Communications and Public Relations Lead. Mr. Parkwesi Forsen, are you here? I'm sure he should be on his way. Well, the fewer the merrier, right? Because we need more time. And I welcome here the only lady among the men, Madame Catherine Krobo Edusei, who is the CEO of Eden Tree. Just as we heard, I do a lot of Eden Tree. I mean, you can get your fresh food from Eden Tree. This is a lady that has transformed. You can sit here. She actually started off with 3 staff, and then now she has 70. So you can imagine. So thank you very much for being here. Let's zoom straight into this conversation because of our time. Okay, so Mr. Alistair, Blue Skies. I want to find out from you, we want to understand what role can youth-led enterprises play in scaling value-added processing to meet international standards while supporting local communities. So what role can it play? We want this session to be as practical as possible, and we want you to ask questions. Without questions, I mean, when you ask questions, it means you are really getting, I mean, our submissions are really interesting to you. So please put down your questions, we'll come back to you. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. The issue of value addition is something that's very critical and for me, very exciting. I am always of the opinion, and anybody who have ever encountered me will know how passionate I talk about value addition and profits here. I think the difference between us and the developed country is about our inability to add value to all the rich natural resources that nature has given to us. And I've always been citing some very basic examples. Like this country was known as the Gold Coast because we could produce gold from almost every part of this country. Yet we do not have a single gold refinery that is doing anything about gold. We pride ourselves as a business or a country that produces probably the largest amount of cocoa. How much value do we add to cocoa? We don't even drink cocoa beverages. This country was blessed for a year in commercial quantities. And the Temaoya refinery, our only indigenous Ghanaian refinery, is yet to distill 1 liter of Ghanaian oil. So the issue of value addition for me is very key. And if you look at Blue Skies, our business was modeled on the idea of value addition. Basically what we do is to add value to freshly produced fresh fruits and then pot them, because it is important to know that the true value of anything is in the chain. It's only when we expand the chain and we understand the various steps that we get the true economic benefit of this product. So for us as a business, youth-led agri-businesses are very critical to our operation. And if you come to Blue Skies and look at our model of operation, we have engaged in several youth organizations that provide support for our business because they are very critical. One, in the area of innovation, young people are quite innovative, and we believe that they play a very key role when it comes to business promotion. They have a better understanding, they follow the trends, and they also understand the need to between the local operation and also the foreign market. So our intervention is basically, when we add value, we think that we'll be able to promote our businesses and get them to the standards that are required. Blue Skies from its foundation was working with local farmers and young people. And we have helped several farmers. In fact, we pride ourselves as a business that have supported local farmers to be first to get a collective global gap certification now Europe Gap. So when you engage young people along the chain in value addition, you create different hubs of opportunities that support the business to grow. And we think that through that, we'll be able to establish a lot more businesses, get a lot more young people into the sector, and we believe that we'll be able to cut down on the challenges that we have.
Thank you very much. Our young founders, I'm sure you are listening attentively because this is a blueprint for building businesses that matter. Okay, so Madam from Eden Tree, the only lady here. We want to understand, how do companies like Eden Tree use local produce to create innovation, high value processed foods for domestic and regional markets?
As has been said, I think there was a question, where is the money? The money is in adding value. Okay, so yes, we are into fruits and vegetables, but what do we do to them? We add value to them. Just as was also said, you know, we deal in raw most of the time, so we have cocoa, but we don't add value. And then when we send the raw out, they make so much money. So it is in adding value. That is where the money is. And when we started with doing whole vegetables and fruits, and then gradually we then went into adding value, and then we started juicing, we started crushing. So it is all about adding value. You can go to the open market, do your research, watch and study. What are people buying? How can you make it easier for them? Because it is all about solving problems, finding solutions to the problem. One of the things that we did, we realized that, okay, now modern parents, they take their children to school, they come home very late. Now they don't want to go into the kitchen and now start peeling onions, now start mashing pepper. So you do it, package it nicely, then they take it home, the salad already, you know, ready to eat salads, ready crushed ginger, crushed garlic, crushed chili. It's ready to put in the pan. Vegetables, cut up vegetables, ready to put in the pan. So within the shortest time, you've prepared a meal for your family. So look at where the problems are and how you can solve them. That is where the money is, adding value.
Yes, now to our prof. Our prof who is so passionate about transferring research findings into agribusinesses. Our question is, how do research institutions like CSIR support youth in developing innovative processing technologies to enhance the value of local agricultural products? Prof, do justice to us.
Yes, thank you very much, again, moderator. And good afternoon. And panel members, good afternoon also. Great. So this is wonderful. But before I dive into it, let me start on this note. When we produce more, we put all our strength into production, and we don't add value. All that we are doing is increasing our post-harvest losses. In Ghana, all our crops, when you look at the post-harvest losses, they are all ranging high, especially the root and tubers. It means that when we produce, what we are able to save at the end of the day goes down from the production level. So what is the solution? The solution is value addition. And that is where my institute, we come on board. And what have we done? All our food technologies, we have now modeled them into various simple models so that we can train any individual. Whether you've been to the classroom before or not, we can train you to start. It could be a fruit juice. It could be a value convenient product. Like what you see, the need fufu you see, started from my institute. That is the history. All our crops, we have modeled them into simple trainings, of which we are giving out at a very low cost to the youth, individuals like you seated here this afternoon. That idea is that we want the youth to start businesses. We are looking at the very small micro enterprises. We are looking at the medium, small scale. It could be you and your friend, you and your schoolmates. Take up a technology. Food Research Institute, CSIR, we have these technologies. We will groom you and you will help you to start. And that is the SME. And that is the startup, of which we are bringing into everybody's notice. That this idea, when you finish looking for jobs, start the job yourself. We have these trainings, opportunities, technologies in all the crops we have. Root and tubers, cereals and legumes, fruits and vegetables, fish and meats, all these are available now. They can be a 3-day, a 2-day, a 5-day. And it's practical. You know how to do it before you leave our premises. And that is the nature of our trainings we are doing. We are also partnering with other institutions like the KIC to support through their various challenges and any other challenges to bring the participants to our premises. Then we supported them with the innovation, various training, various technologies, so they can start the businesses. You see, all our technologies, when we keep them in our institute, we have not achieved our mandate. So we have changed our strategy. We are bringing the technologies to you. The technologies are now ready for you to uptake it and start. And we will hold your hand to get it right. We have established laboratories to check all the various products you will be developing when you go back home. So that when there's a challenge, we can advise you and get it right. We have also collaboration with Food and Drugs Authority. When it comes to the registration of your product, we hold you to develop it, have a certificate, and then you hit the local market. And then the next time, you are in the foreign market. So now the ground is fertile for the youth to come into SME space. That is why we are saying that we are starting from the micro. The micro can be you and your roommates on campus, starting a business. You and your best friend, starting a business. Let's do that so that we can expand the space and add value to all our crops. As I said, when we don't add value, we are just increasing the high post-harvest losses that we are experiencing within our country. All the crops has that challenge, and that we must solve it with value addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I thought you were going to clap. I mean, you can see the passion at which he's speaking, you know. It tells that he's really passionate about transferring research findings into agribusiness. Thank you, Prof. Now, I just want to find out from you, Prof. So all that you are saying, in fact, guys, I'm asking your question for you. Some of the questions I would ask, I know that some of the questions you want to ask. So I want to find out if, after all of this training, are you going to help them with funding?
Thank you very much, moderator.
Or maybe KIC is going to help? Are you going to?
Yes, that is where I mentioned KIC and other collaborators. We can support you with funding. because we don't have the funds. We have the technology, of which we have developed over the years. So KIC, other organizations that can support you, that is where you go for that support of funding to set up. But we come on board with that technology of how to do it, how to have the value products from the raw material stage. That is where we are.
Thank you very much. So I think, so they're going to help you with the technology, and KIC is going to help you. Thank you very much, Prof. Now, Mr. Jimate, I know you are also passionate, you are a passionate advocate for youth of agriculture innovation. So what are the direct and indirect opportunities for youth in and around your value chain and supply chain?
Thank you very much. Well, if I want to list the jobs directly, I'm sure we'll not live here today.
In fact, they want
because
to hear.
The sector actually provides almost every discipline and opportunity. If you look at Blue Sky's model, currently Blue Skies is one of the largest employers in the private sector in Ghana, and the model is hinged on employing young people from value chain technologies to quality assurance management staff, engineering, human resource, everything, because that's across. It's a complete business setup. The challenge is always people come around and they want to, the focus is about getting an office space, maybe wearing some nice shirt and a tie. And that I've always been saying that I think those periods are gone. The opportunity is for you to look at where you fit in. Direct job, Blue Skies, like I said, employs over 5,000 people in Ghana. Globally, if you look at the sub-region, we employ about 8,000 people. So Blue Skies, Ghana, Benin, and Ivory Coast, Senegal, and Egypt, South Africa. So it provides an opportunity for a lot of young people. Indirectly, we work with farmers. Like I said from the beginning, we have almost over 300 farmers that we work with across this country, from the north to the south, and those who are into mango production, papaya production, pineapple production, passion production, that feeds the factory every day. And all these groupings also employ other people. So directly and indirectly, we are in the market to support a lot of young people and provide opportunities for them. But like I said from the beginning, and the focus is coming to sit in an office. And we are more on the field because we think that that is where the work is. But then when you have any kind of expertise, we have people currently, we are training both locally and outside for the ideas that they have. So we are open. And if you go to our website, we talk about something we call the great idea. If you have any innovative idea that you think will bring transformation along the value chain in the agriculture sector, you can share it with us. And trust me, very soon you'll be becoming a shareholder of an idea that you have postulated. Thank you.
Wow, that was a good one. I'm sure we are listening. Yes, thank you. So we know that he's also here to support us. Thank you very much. Madam Kroboduse, and this name is a household name. I mean, the young ones, I'm sure you will not know, but if you've been around for some time, you know that the name Kroboduse is a household name. Yes, madam. What challenges did Eden Tree face in scaling food processing businesses? And how did you overcome these to compete in domestic and export markets?
Okay, so I'll mention two challenges. One challenge, which is funding, and everyone says it. But with funding, you can start small. You can go to friends and family. You can go to uncles and cousins. And you can also pursue small monies that prizes, there's a competition. Go join and then win something. I started with 600 Ghana cedis. 600 Ghana cedis. When I say this story, people are amazed. And the thing is, you don't only need money. In addition to the money, you need passion. You need to be passionate about what you do. And in agriculture too, you need to get your feet wet in agriculture. Agriculture is not something that you sit in the classroom and then you think that, okay, I've got it. You need to get your feet wet. And I think the previous panel, they all mentioned that they came from different backgrounds and went into agriculture. I also think that if you have other past experiences, you may bring it into agriculture and it will help. For me, my background was in banking. And when I came into agriculture, that really helped me because I was able to do my bookkeeping, do my costing, do my pricing, everything myself rather than employing someone to do it. The second challenge, apart from funding, was managing staff. I found that I came from the UK to Ghana, and the first thing that hit me was work ethics, the culture. You know, I realized that I had to do something about it. So I had to renew my mindset to fit into the culture and tell myself that, okay, if I come every day and this cup is here and it's supposed to be here, I will move it every day from here, put it here, and tell you that this is where it is supposed to be. And that's what I did. So I renewed my mindset. And that made it possible for me to work with my staff, manage them. Up till today, we still have staff from inception, which is 28 years now. So eventually, they get trained, they get to know how your mind works and what you want done, and then they remain. But if you don't renew your mindset, managing staff is a challenge. And those are one of the challenges that I experienced.
That's a very strong one, the mindset. And young entrepreneurs, I'm sure you are right here. This is a good resource for you. As you begin, you would need to, walking in her shoes. Letting people who work around you know what exactly you have to do. And that way, you are able to do what she did. Move from 3 team employees to 70. The mindset. Let's learn so much from you. Thank you, madam. Now, I want to find out from you, madam, I'm here with you again. Did you at any point in time feel like giving up, considering the funding issues, the challenge?
Yes. Oh, yes. You know, God did not promise life without any problems. That's not how it works. Yes, there were times when I could not sleep at night. Okay? The reason being that we've supplied out there and we are not able to collect the money back on time. And it is that money that goes around to pay your staff. So when you're not able to pay your staff, you can't sleep. You know, I have had several sleepless nights, you know, wondering, how am I going to manage this? How am I going to do this? But then I end up praying. I pray a lot. And then by the time I realize that God has solved the problem for me, and then we carry on. And you just have to, as the hurdles come up, you jump them. As the hurdles come up, you keep jumping the hurdles because there's nothing else you can do. You have to move forward.
You have to move forward. Thank you very much. As we begin our businesses and our lives, I'm sure these are going to really help you. So, thank you, madam. Yes, Prof. I'm here to you again. So I want to also find out, what role can scientific research play in helping youth-led startups meet food safety and quality standards for export markets?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. For us, when it comes to research, our ultimate aim at the end of the day is that whatever we are bringing out is good for the society. That is why we are doing the research to come out with the ultimate for society. So for all the products that we have developed and supported SMEs to develop, the ultimate goal is that it will be safe for consumption, both on the local market and the international market. That is why when you travel out, you'll be able to see some of our products, the convenient powders all over the world. That is the ultimate. So from day one, when we start developing technologies with SMEs, with micro enterprises, with investors, individuals, that is the end focus. That it will not be a product on the lab or on the local market, but a product that will transcend beyond the borders, across the entire West African region, Africa, and even beyond to Europe and other places. So with that focus, all that we are doing is to ensure that we achieve that ultimate aim. So we go through all the rigors that comes with it to end at that position. And with you as the SME or the individual investor, you are also part of it, every stage. So that by the time we are done with your product, we have given you that hand-on training so that when you go back, you can deliver. Then to support you, as I said, we have accredited laboratories. These accredited laboratories are accredited to ISO 17025, which is internationally accepted food safety. So when we give an analysis of your products in our laboratories, it means that certificate can travel with your product to every part of the world. And that is where we support you to get that entrance to the international markets. And when we help you to also register with FDA, then you are good to roll, both local market and international market. So all our activities, we are not only looking at the local market, we are looking beyond our borders, the international market, so that you can sell beyond the borders and get more funds when it comes to product development. And the key thing is adding value, and adding value within the quality space. So we look at your quality parameters, we look at the food safety, we look at your distribution channels, your transportation, your exports, packaging, all that comes to play so that we can have it right before you attend to various markets, both local and international. And also to add, when it comes to the youth in this space, we know funds is a challenge. But that is where we have the opportunity of KIC Challenge and other support from other organizations. You can tap into them and come for these supports which are available to support you to start off as an enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Well, I'm sure we are happy. At least we have the Executive Director of KIC here. He's listening to us. He's listening and he's hearing Prof talking about he being a resource to you. So you better go chasing him after. Yes, Prof. It's interesting to hear how research can empower startups to compete internationally, not only internationally, but also not only locally, but also internationally. It's very interesting to hear. Now, Mr. Alistair. Okay. Your final question, because we want to make time for Q&A, so I'll just ask your final question. How has Blue Skies leveraged partnerships with local farmers to develop high-quality processed fruit products for global markets, and what lessons can this youth here, the youth and the businesses here, learn from this model?
All right. So thank you very much. Like I indicated from the beginning, one of our proudest moments is the fact that we were the first in sub-Saharan Africa to organize a group of farmers and get them EuroGAP certification. That's the Good Agricultural Practice Certificate that allows our farmers to get their produce onto the European market. So our model, like I said, has been hinged from the beginning on partnership between communities, young people, and especially women. So it is the appreciation of these farmers that gave us the opportunity to reach the height that we have gotten to. So for us, it is very, very important to understand that the ecosystem of value addition as we are talking about now, the major players and the major stakeholders are the farmers and the other people that you need to engage. So for us, they are very key. The other thing is also about the fact that you need people within the operation to be able to support your ideas and make sure that whatever policies or processes you are bringing to play are going to benefit the people and benefit your business as well. We have partnered several organizations and groups and in certain programs that we are doing. In fact, KIC being one of the programs that we have pioneered is the School Farm of the Year competition, where we are getting young people to see the opportunities along the value chain in the agriculture sector, which currently KIC has taken it up and scaling it up and making it international. And I think that they deserve a round of applause for that.
Yes, a round of applause
they deserve
for
a round of
KIC.
applause. Because
Thank
if you come to our facility now, I was discussing with Ben earlier this morning, and there are people who have gone through the school farm program. Because of this initiative, they have managed to go and do agricultural science. In fact, we have gotten schools that either were not doing agricultural science as an elective subject, currently running that, and they have gone to the university to pursue agriculture. And some of them, fortunately, are getting employment in the blue skies. So it tells you the benefits that we have had. It's like we have leveraged this partnership, and it is benefiting all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for highlighting the power of collaboration between agribusiness and local producers. I'm sure our young ones are still here and they are rapt attention. Yes. Madam, I also want to find out from you, lastly, your last question. What are the direct and indirect jobs, opportunities for youth in and around Eden Tree's business?
Okay, the opportunities are vast. Right now, I'm championing using small spaces for agriculture, smart farming. Huge lands are difficult to come by. That's one. Two, they're expensive. But you can start small. You can start with 500 square meters of land space. Okay, and then smart farming by, for example, using mulch to cover the beds so that you prevent weeds growing fast. You use drip irrigation so that it is actually the quantity of water that you need, that you are using. A water tank that you do the fertigation in. So when you mix the fertigation in the tank, each and every plant gets the quantity of nutrition that it needs. So in a 500 square meter space, you can actually grow a lot. And then you go upwards. So fruits, vegetables like cucumbers that are climbers, habanero peppers, cherry tomatoes, and these are high value products. So for 500 square meters, you can actually make money within that small space. And that's really what I'm championing at the moment for the youth to go into. So you start with 500 square meters. When you make money from that, then you move to the next 500 square meters, move to the next 500 square meters, and then you keep growing.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm sure there's room, to contribute at every stage. Now, our prof, this is a very important question to me and to us all. I'm sure after your answer, because I know you are passionate. And when you speak because, you speak with passion. So please, passionately, let us understand what some of the mistakes youth-led startup make while engaging you. What are some of the mistakes? This is to you.
Thank you very much. The key ones that we have observed that sometimes they receive funds and they don't use the funds for what is intended for. So, for example, there's a support. There's a support of funds for research or for you to train in a particular technology. And days could be maybe 5 days. So you tend to see the person will not show up. The person will not pay up for that technology. That is why we are saying that the funds that was given to the person was not used for the intended purpose. And that has been one challenge. The second has been the availability of equipment for processing. You know that processing comes with equipment. For you to achieve, it could be a roaster, a dryer, a milling machine, or equipment. The lack of availability of equipment. It could be a small scale level, medium scale, and even the large scale. Whatever level you are, you need equipment. The lack of equipment is also a key challenge. Then the next one, which we find it difficult to see, is also the availability of raw material to even start your value addition. That has also been a challenge when it comes to our startups being pushed through by the youth. These are key things when we are able to address. We believe that we can achieve a lot with the youth when it comes to the youth enterprises. When the funds are given, we purpose them for what they are given for. Be it buying new equipment, repairing an existing equipment, getting a technology, attending for various trainings, or packaging materials, packaging containers, labeling. All these comes with funds. And that has been a very big challenge within that space. And this has collapsed a lot of these startups that came through by the youth. When we're able to take all these challenges out, we'll be able to achieve a lot of startups from the youth as we move forward. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, I thought you were clapping. Yes. I like you to appreciate my panelists when you know they are really speaking your mind. So thank you very much. I'm sure we have learned a lot, mistakes, and we're not going to go that way. So we are ready for questions before their final words. We are ready for questions. Let us know that you really are here. Okay, so there's one here. Can we see by hand? Okay, so we have one question here. So we have 1, 2, 3. So we can do 3 questions. So we have 1, 2. Wow. Okay.
Thank you very much. My question is to Professor. So I want to ask about the CSIR training. How do we go about it? Do we need to check your website to see how to go, or do we need to come to the place straight up and say, oh, we are interested in this training? So how do we go about it and see the price ranges for the different training programs as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Prof. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful question. So our trainings comes in 2 forms. As you sit here, you can straight away walk to the institute as an individual and say that I am interested in this training. We will take your details, give you your course of it, and train you to go back home and start. An individual. The second form is this. Like KIC will sponsor a group of people, young people like yourself, and say that come to Food Research for this series of trainings. And then at the end of the day, we train you and you go back and start. So that is the second form of sponsorship training, which can come from KIC or any other organization, even Blue Skies. The last time they sponsored their own staff, about 35 of them, for food safety.
Wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Thank you, Blue Skies. So that is the sponsorship training for individuals. So the youth, you can also approach Blue Skies. They are also here as well as KIC. The third one is also the ones we advertise, depending on our program for the year. We advertise our trainings on our website. We do all the social media platforms. So that one is by our timing, not your timing. So these are the three forms of trainings of which you can become a startup company. I've given you some examples. There are so many examples there. When you go out there, various companies that has passed through Food Research Institute, and they are companies selling wonderfully on the Ghanaian market and beyond, outside. We have these trainings which we have opened up as our technology to the people. And we are starting with our own people, our own Ghanaians.
Thank you, Prof. So you heard it for yourself. I'm sure you're not going to allow him to leave without engaging him. May we have our next question?
Okay, thank you. My question is,
Please,
I have...
kindly, let's keep our questions brief because of time. Thank you.
Okay, my question is, I have my own products already, and how will I get to the CSIR for
the training?
Yes.
For the
Good.
training, okay.
Thank you very much, moderator. If I can just do justice to that.
Okay, briefly, please.
Thank you. So we do accept that. We call that one the client innovation. It's you. You are the client. You can come to CSI Food Research, and our team will develop that product with you on the decks. It's your baby. It's you, your dream. So you will take the dream and make it a product for you. Then you go home and start your business. So that is also a facility. And I came with one of my colleagues, that is Evelyn AIA, who is part of CSIR. They are all parts of the dreams that we take and make a product out of it. Come with all your dreams. All the dreams you have about products, the unique way you want it to be. Come to Food Research. We'll make it practical. You send it home and start commercial production. Thank you, my lady.
I'm sure you are blessed to be here this morning. It's actually afternoon. You are so blessed. Sorry.
Okay.
I see that we have about 3 more questions, but I'm so sorry we are not able to take all the questions. But they will be behind. So during lunch, because you can engage them. I'm so sorry.
Okay. When the gentleman for Blue Skies was speaking, he made mention of fact that farmers were given Europa certification. But something occurred to me. But this time around, over the world, sometimes there are trade tariffs and bullying and kicking here and there. Supposing the farmers produce here and they want to export, is there no problem with the international world saying, oh, we'll give you this price, if not, take your thing away? Then it will get rotten on the farms. If that is there, what solution do you have for that? That is my problem.
All right, okay, thank you. If I would try and attempt to answer your question, otherwise then Kuju would take over and do justice to that. So you see, for you to be able to export, like I said earlier, you need some level of capacity building. You need to understand the mechanisms and the systems in place. You cannot just produce from your farm and export that you want to, and expect that you want to export. So first, you need to know the market where you are sending your product, and you should have some connection there. So you cannot just produce like pineapple, and then you expect that you go to the port and say, well, I want to export my pineapple to Europe. You need to have a market from there. And when you get this market, then you know what the requirements are, the standards that you need to meet, what kind of documentations you need to attach. So we can talk, and then I can guide you if it is possible. But like I said, you need to meet certain requirements. And that's why it's important for you to engage in activities such as this. You can go to the CSI. I'm sure they'll be able to guide you on some of the policies and then the standards that are required. But if you come to us as an export business, we can still take you through and help you so that you'll be able to send your product out there once you have the business or the market out there. Thank you.
So I'll give you 30 seconds each for your final words. 30 seconds.
All right. So for my final words, I think the Blue Skies model gives us an opportunity to know that from Africa and maybe from Ghana, if we add value, we'll be able to impact our community. Secondly, we'll be able to produce a world-class product that can compete with any other product in the world. And I can tell you, for those of you who don't know, Blue Sky supplies to the premium supermarket chains in Europe, and it can be done. And I think that with you, we should be able to do that. Thank you.
This one is like, yes, sir. Sorry? Oh, you need... Sorry, we'll come back.
My final wrap up is simple. The CSI Food Research Institute, we are waiting for you. It is our mandate to create businesses, SMEs, startups, and the focus is on the youth. So our doors are open for you. Come for processing, for food preservation, food safety, food quality, and it's marketing. We are there for you. We are waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. My last is advice. We've been talking about, adding value. We have everything here in Ghana, but in the raw form. Now, I think let's think about going into blends. Whether it is food, coffee, blend it with our spices. Cocoa drink, blend it with our spices. Skincare, blend it. Okay? Go for training. Like if you have the idea of 2 products that you want to blend, take it to CSIR and let them help you. But blends, that's the future. Not just cocoa drink finish, not just coffee drink finish, or not just mango butter. Blends. Let's add blends and research into it. That's the future.
Thank you very much. So this blending is for our health. So thank you for all of that. I'm sure you're going to be checking out for what they have on the shelves. Thank you, my distinguished panel. You have done justice. What do we think? Have they done justice? Thank you very much. So, as we could tell, Mr. Jamate is so passionate, and he's a passionate advocate for youth and agricultural innovation. He pioneered the School Farm of the Year competition and is widely known as a mentor and inspirational speaker across West Africa. Yes, and then Madam Eden Tree is also into the distribution of herbs. As we heard, she started her company in 1997 and returned to Ghana from UK. And she worked in the banking sector for 10 years. So 3 to 70. And our dear Prof, as we can tell, I don't need to tell you. You can just tell how passionate he is. Prof is he's a researcher. His research interests are on value addition of food crops. He's passionate about transferring rich research findings into agribusiness and support the establishment of micro, small, medium scale enterprise. Thank you very much. It's been a great time with you this afternoon. We're looking forward to another rich and insightful session. Thank you. And thank you, KIC, for this one. We have learned a lot. And our team has also learned and known that they can contact KIC for support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to have a group photo of the... Thank you. A round of applause for them. But Alistair and Madam Catherine, I thought Alistair will bring a truck full of things and share for us, and Madam Catherine also bring. Is there? Is there? Oh, so you are going to share things? Okay, Blue Sky says you are going to share things. You should give him a round of applause. He's going to share things for us. Yes. And thank you so much. Look, we have lunch coming up, and they are all available during lunch. You can take their contacts, you can interact with them. But before we go for the lunch, I have a few announcements, and then we'll take a summary of the key insights from Dr. Louisa Sawyer, and then we'll go for lunch. When we come back from lunch, as Prof said that he came with Dr. Evelyn AIA. Now, Dr. Evelyn AIA is going to give us a master class on food preservation and storage techniques for MSMEs. It's very important. If you want to go into that business, the person you have to listen to is Dr. Evelyn AIA. She's going to give us a master class on food preservation and storage techniques for MSMEs. So before I invite Dr. Sawyer to come and give us the highlights, I have a couple of announcements to make. We have Fortune Coffee outside, and as this month is the Breast Cancer Awareness Month and the Cancer Awareness Month, they have Coffee on Boobs. Okay? Now, Coffee on Boobs is an online event supporting Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And they have a virtual gathering that is going to have coffee, conversations, and care. And you want to be a part of this. It's focused on the youth because while we might not be the people facing the risk of breast cancer, we may have people in our circles, our family, our friends, who are facing this risk. And we all need to learn about it to prevent it now and also be able to support those who are suffering from breast cancer. So it's happening on the 18th of October 2025. You can go to the Fortune Coffee outlet outside to sample coffee and also get the link to this particular event. We also have the Complete Pharma stand. We have the KIC stand. We have the EVV Rice stand. We have the Promasidor stand, Coliplast, Black Secrets, Seco Chocolate, Fortune Coffee, RST Machinery, Sonagro Fertilizers, Castor Glue, Green Opaco, Healthy 101, Kwe Baba stand, Dream Career International Limited, Green Heart SE, Horticulture Business Challenge, Cyprus Enterprise, Honey Palace, and Viada Enterprise. And go to these stands. If you are a fresh graduate, you are looking for a job, they may not have jobs for you, but you can volunteer and learn and add on to your CV and scale from there. So go and interact with all these businesses and find the opportunities that are available for you within their businesses. So at this point, I would like you to help me invite Dr. Louisa Sawyer, our lead scribe, to come and give us the summary of the key highlights from today's event so far and the recommendations. And then we'll go for our lunch and come back for the masterclass on food processing. Dr. Sawyer, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. It's good to be back on stage and to have a good microphone. In the morning, I struggled with this one. What I tried to adjust it to fit my height. But this is better. Okay, so yes, my slide is up. Okay. So I was racing against time, so I was not successful in putting down all the key takeaways from all the presentations, but I have a few of them on the slides. For those I don't have, I'll speak to it from my notes. Okay, so let's start with the keynote address. The keynote address. So we heard the government is taking concrete steps to make agriculture more attractive and sustainable, especially for young people. And through initiatives like the Youth in Agriculture program, young people now have better access to funding and training to become agri-entrepreneurs. National hubs and incubators are nurturing agri-tech startups, bringing technology directly to farmers. And educational reforms are integrating agriculture, STEM, and digital skills into school curricula, preparing the new generation for modern farming. And programs such as agricultural mechanization centers are helping farmers gain access to land, machinery, and affordable credits. Climate-smart farming practices and irrigation initiatives are improving resilience, while public-private partnerships with institutions like KIC, Exim Bank, and universities are driving innovation and finance at scale. So altogether, these steps show the government is not just talking about transformation, but building it. From our thought leader session, we were reminded that transformation cannot be achieved by one actor alone. And so for young people, the message is to stay persistent and bold, seek mentors, take risks, and view failures as feedback. For institutions, it's time to fund, train, and incubate youth-led enterprises to connect them with real markets and opportunities. For governments, youth must be mainstreamed in every agricultural policy, with ecosystems that enable agri-tech innovation and entrepreneurship to thrive. And for all stakeholders, we must remember progress comes not from perfection, but from adapting, but from continuous innovation, learning, adapting, and improving over time. That's how we'll unlock Africa's full potential and build a sustainable food future. In the panel on the future of food, we heard that local solutions backed by science can transform Africa's food systems. So our traditional foods are our strength, deeply rooted in heritage and culture. But innovation is what will make them global, allowing us to process, brand, and position them for international markets. And also research must move beyond the lab and into the marketplace, solving real problems and creating real value. As one of the panelists said so powerfully, yes, innovation without R&D is improvisation. Innovation with R&D is transformation. Innovation with R&D is transformation. And then there was a panel on food innovation and product development, which expanded that vision. Local foods, global impact. It's more than a slogan. It's a roadmap for a holistic ecosystem that connects every link in the chain. Research and innovation, entrepreneurship, and product development, policy and finance, and consumer awareness. The takeaway was clear. Innovation must enhance, not replace, the authenticity of Africa's traditional foods, making them competitive both locally and globally. And when local solutions are grounded in science and supported by smart policy, Africa cannot only feed itself, it can confidently take its place in global markets. In the plenary on the youth-driven circular economy, participants emphasized that waste equals opportunity. Globally, food waste represents $1 trillion value chain waiting to be tapped. And across Africa, young innovators are already turning waste into wealth, creating compost, animal feed, and even cosmetics, proven that the circular economy can also address unemployment and empower rural communities. So the call to action was clear. Governments must integrate youth-driven circular entrepreneurship into green economy strategies and enforce waste segregation. Investors and partners should establish dedicated circular economy funds and offer incentives for eco-innovation. Capacity building efforts must expand to include technical and business training, linking agriculture, waste management, and manufacturing. Because when waste becomes value and innovation meets policy support, we don't just solve environmental challenges. We build a green, inclusive, and opportunity-rich future for Africa's youth. Now let's look at the insights and key takeaways for day 2. So this morning we heard from Dr. Sangu Deli. We had his perspective on the meeting point, investors and entrepreneurs. And he mentioned 3 pillars that are necessary for such a relationship, which are trust, communication, and alignment. Now the call to action there was to pick partners who share your values and not just your valuation. To investors, before you wire capital, ask 3 questions. Do I believe in the founder? Do I trust? Do our successes rhyme? And the last one is to build partnerships that outlive cycles. And then we had a presentation on building resilient food systems in the face of climate change, presented by the FAO. They gave us information on some of the programs they hold that are geared towards women and youth. And they also have a partnership with the KIC. And in that partnership, 24% of the beneficiaries are women. Their call to action was to scale innovation, strengthen partnerships, prioritize policy advocacy, and facilitate youth access to land. And there was a presentation also by the WFP. They mentioned some challenges they face, challenges they've identified, which is irrigation infrastructure and pest management. And the call to action was building capacity of students is key. Also, input-focused support is a minor solution. Rather, focus should be irrigation. Then there was a panel on digital tools transforming food and agriculture. The challenges mentioned were initial capital and also an opportunity, which is marketing. The call to action was to encourage partnerships and collaboration among African innovators. And finally, we had this last panel on adding value food processing for domestic and export markets. And some of the insights were value addition is very key. Young people are innovative and therefore key in adding value. Without adding value, we are only increasing post-harvest losses. And some of the challenges they mentioned were funding, managing staff, funds are not used for intended purpose, lack of availability of equipment, and lack of raw materials. The call to action there was look for where the problems and figure out how, look for where the problems are and figure out how you can add value. So in summary, the discussions have shown that Africa's food future lies in the hands of its young people, creative, resilient, and driven by innovation. With science, collaboration, and bold leadership, that future is not distant. It's already taking shape right here, right now. Now, in 2023, when we had the first edition of AIA, I recall Mr. Benjamin John Kesey mentioning that AIA was a springboard for further AIAs. And indeed, he has lived up to that expectation. That is why we are here today. And so personally, I'm looking forward to more AIAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. I believe she's done a very good job summarizing everything for us. Dr. Louisa Sawyer. She's also a farmer, so if you want to go into farming, smallholder farmer, management, aggregation, everything, she's a very good resource person to talk to. Doc, thank you very much once again. So we are going out for lunch. Lunch will be outside here. And we are all entreated to enjoy lunch because this is an agric event. We have to enjoy the food, right? When we come back, we are going to have the master class on food processing. And it's very important we participate in the master class. Auntie Catherine was saying we need to start blending things. I remember when we were kids growing up, there was abekati konto. These days, I add roasted granules to my jollof to make it crunchy and more nutritious. You can also add it to wache. So we need to start exploring and exporting Africa in a different way to the rest of the world. So let's go and eat, have lunch. When we come back, we are going to have the food processing masterclass. It's a free masterclass you don't want to miss out on. So enjoy lunch. Use lunch also to network. Take contacts. It's 1:39. I'll be very, very happy if you all get back here by 2:30. I'll be happy if you get here seated at 2:30. So please, let's try and be back by 2:30. Now the lunch is around the area we have the exhibition. So as you eat, you can also check out some of the businesses and the stands